the first question. That in the end of the session, do make sure you keep telling me in every session that how many answers you have given correct. And if you are watching these sessions recorded, then let me know in the comment section once you complete the recorded session that how many answers you have given correct. Okay, chalo, let's start. So this is the first question. It is talking about which of the following is are correct about the InvITs. So InvITs again is a part of your unit number 45. Like we have discussed real estate investment trust in the last class. Today we are going to talk about the InvITs. So question is asking that which of the following actually is are correct about the InvITs. So infrastructure investment trust it is, and you have to answer which of the following is correct. First is saying InvITs are established as a trust under the Indian Trust Act 1882. Second, it is regulated under RBI. It is introduced in 2015 and are employed by infrastructure assets owners, and they are innovative trust-based financial instruments. So you have to answer which statement is correct about the InvITs in this particular question. A, B, C and D. Only 3, 4, 1, 4, 2, 3, 1 and 3. Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? Okay, so first question if we talk about, it is saying that InvITs are established as a trust under the Indian Trust Act 1882. Is it true? That is true. The first statement is actually true of yours. So it is correct. Okay, if first is correct, it means answer cannot be your A, it cannot be your C. You can eliminate the both options. Second is saying it is regulated under the RBI Act 1934. Why RBI will regulate it? RBI do not regulate your InvITs. Second option is not true. Okay. Third, introduced in 2015. It have not been introduced in 2015. It was introduced in the 2014 year. And the last one is saying they are innovative trust-based financial instrument. This is true. It means first and fourth statement is true. So your right answer will be B. Right answer will be your B option for the particular question. So InvITs correct statement are B. First and the fourth. Second is correct. No, sorry, second is not correct because the RBI do not regulate it. Third is not correct because it is not introduced in 2015. So now let's see here a little bit information about the InvITs. You can see InvITs is stand for Infrastructure Investment Trust, as it is written here. After, according to recent report of the Finance Ministry, India needs to spend $4.5 trillion on infrastructure by the year 2020-40, it have been said. So it is important that we are seeing the population is increasing and migration is happening in the country. India have to invest $4.5 trillion in the country by the year 2040. To do what? To improve the economic growth, community well-being. So special emphasis on structural reforms, foundational establishes the way investments in diverse sector. This is where the infrastructure investment plays a very important role. So every country needs to define infrastructure that can provide adequate facility for reach every individual, which paves a way for capital mobilization. So why this trust have been introduced? So that more and more capital can be raised from the crowd. Everybody can invest in this. It's not possible for us to invest the money for or to give the money for the development of national highway because we do not have that much amount of money. But with the help of InvITs, we are capable of investing a smaller amount for the infrastructure sector. And that's why it was introduced. Okay. And also Prime Minister have addressed the National Infrastructure Pipeline, which was launched on the occasion of Independence Day in 2019, in which 100 lakh crores fund have been given for the infrastructure sector in the next 5 years. Okay, and it also said that infrastructure is defined. There is no hard and fast rule to define the infrastructure, but the sectors that are included in the infrastructure under the InvITs are your roads, ports, power, railways, airport, telecommunication, energy, coal, petroleum and cement production. So all these are what? All these are the infrastructure that have been defined under the InvIT. Okay, so do remember the name of the infrastructure sector that have been defined here. Chalo. Next question we have about difference between organized sector and unorganized sector. Very simple question it is, but it can be seen in the paper because it's a part of sectors of economy. It's a part of second unit of our module A. So the incorrect statement we have to find out about the organized sector and unorganized sector differences. First is saying the organized sector is a sector where the employment terms are fixed and regular, and the employment gets assured work. This is we are talking about unorganized. And third, the further is saying organized sector is characterized by small and scattered unit which are largely not registered with the government. Now second, workers enjoy the security of employment in organized sector, while under unorganized sector employment is not secure. So people can be asked to leave without any reason here. Third, organized sector is governed by various acts like Factories Act, Bonus Act, PF Act, Minimum Wages Act, etc. Unorganized sector is not governed by any act. So what do you think? Which difference is incorrect between organized and unorganized sector? The difference statement is wrong here. A, B, C or D? Do let me know which of the following is correct. Keep answering the question, doesn't matter you know the right or wrong question, wrong answer, but keep participating so that you will be able to find out how much preparation you have done till now. Okay, so which of the following is right answer here? Actually the second or third statement is correct. Organized sector is governed by various acts, this is true, and unorganized sector do not govern, this is true. Then second is also correct. Worker enjoy the security of employment in organized sector, while under unorganized sector employment is not secure. People can be asked to leave any time. This is also true. The first is not true. Organized sector do not have a fixed terms and conditions or regular job condition. The organized and unorganized statement have been interchanged. So first is wrong, and the right answer will be your D. The first difference between organized and unorganized sector have been given wrong. Okay, so right answer will be your D option. Clear? Now, if we talk about organized and unorganized, you can see organized sector is where employment terms and conditions are fixed and regular, and employee get a assured work. In unorganized, it is characterized as a small and scattered unit which are eagerly not registered with the government. Next, the organized sector governed by various acts of government, where the unorganized sector will not be governed. Then government rules will be strictly followed in the organized sector. In unorganized sector they do not follow the government rules. Organized sector give you a regular monthly salary, like we are organized sector, we get a regular monthly salary. Here the daily wages will be there, not a regular salary. Apart from that, you can see that job security is there in the organized sector. You cannot be asked to leave anytime. If you want to leave, you have to give the notice period, and if the company actually fires you, they have to give you the notice period. Here no such kind of thing is there. Your job is not secured. Working hours are fixed, here not fixed. Salary of worker prescribed by the government, targets, slabs, here less than what the government asks for. Contribution to the PF will be there from the employer, here no contribution. Increment in salary in once a year, like we know in every year, we know a minimum increment will definitely be done every year, but here no such condition is there. Employees get add-on benefit like medical facility, pension, leave, travel compensation, everything will be available, but here in unorganized no such kind of benefits is there. Okay, apart from that, you can see government employee, registered industrial workers are your organized sector. Unorganized are shopkeeping, farming, domestic workers, street vendors, the people who are working on the street vendors shop, or the domestic help we hire, they are unorganized sector. So do remember, organized, unorganized, they are important. Next, which of the following is correct about ESG? The full form of ESG, and which of the following statement is correct about ESG? Let me know. Which of the following is correct about ESG? It refers to the three most essential factors. It determines the long-term and ethical impact of social responsible investor. Use ESG criteria to screen investment. It is considered a modern dimension of CSR. It stands for economic, social and governance. Which of the following statement is correct about the ESG? The correct statement you have to find out. And actually, if you talk about the first statement, it is true that it have a three most essential factor. The second is also true. It is a long-term and ethical impact of social responsible investor. They use the ESG criteria to screen the investment like we should do this investment or not. Before investing the money, they have to do the ESG criteria fulfillment test. If it fulfill, they will invest, otherwise no. It consider a modern dimension of CSR. What is CSR? Corporate social responsibility. And yes, it is a modern dimension of CSR. And it stands for economic, social, governance. These two are true. This is not. Environmental, social and governance, it should be there. So fourth is wrong. So right answer will be C. 1, 2, 3 are the correct statement about the ESG. Okay, 1, 2, 3 are correct, but the fourth statement is wrong here. The reason, it is not economic, it is environmental. So you can see here, if you talk about ESG, it has gained a foothold among the stakeholders and is considered a modern dimension of your corporate social responsibility. It is environmental, social and governance. Clear? Environmental, social and governance, it refers to three most essential factors. It determines the long-term and ethical impact of your business, of your company investment. Okay, so the majority of socially responsible investors, they use the ESG criteria to screen their investment, and if it fits according to the ESG criteria, they will invest there. So right answer here was all the first, second and third was correct. Next question, what do you mean by the demand pull inflation? What do you mean by the demand pull inflation? So when it comes to the inflation, inflation means rise in the prices. Whenever the prices of goods and services are increasing, that is known as your inflation. And why the prices are increasing? Because first of all, the money supply increase in the economy. Because of the increase in the money supply, the demand will increase. And we have studied lot of time that the demand and supply have an inverse relation. So if demand is increasing, supply will decrease. So the prices will start increasing, and this increase in prices or rise in prices is actually known as your inflation, right? This is known as what? Inflation. So inflation have two causes. Inflation have two causes. First is demand pull inflation, and the second one is cost push inflation. These are the two reasons, these are the two causes why we find inflation in our economy. So that's what you have to answer here. Which of the following statement talks about the demand pull inflation? First is saying it is a type of inflation caused by a substantial increase in the cost of production. Because of the increase in the cost of production, important goods or services where no substitutable alternatives available. Second, increasing quantity of money in the hands of people increases the aggregate demand for goods and services, and if aggregate supply does not follow the suit, prices rise. Third, it is a rise in general prices caused by the increasing aggregate demand for goods and services. Fourth, it's a type of inflation caused by a supply side shocks. So what do you mean by the demand pull inflation? A, B, C or D? It's a very simple question. If you have done the conceptual study, you can easily answer these type of questions. But for that, concept understanding is very much important. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? Okay, so you can see the first one is not right. The first is wrong, because cost of production is increasing, because of that inflation is coming. It's a cost push inflation. The first one is cost push inflation. If I talk about second, this is very much true. Demand for goods are increasing, but aggregate supply does not follow the demand, so it is true. The third is also true. Rise in the general prices caused by increasing aggregate demand for goods and services, the demand increases. Fourth is also true. It is a type of inflation caused by a supply side shocks. So whenever the demand is increasing more than the supply, this increases the price in the country, and that is known as demand pull inflation. Okay, so right answer will be second, third and fourth, not the first one. First is wrong. This is not a demand pull inflation. So right answer is D. Very good. Those who said D is correct, they have given the right answer. Now you can see here the demand pull. There are many factors that can trigger the inflationary pressure in an economy. The most important are two. One is demand pull, second is cost push. Demand pull inflation is simply when the demand rises but the supply do not follow the same level of increase, then the prices increases. That is known as demand pull inflation. What is cost push inflation? Whenever the cost of production increase, whenever the money which we spend to produce the goods and services, that is known as the cost of production. Because of the increase in the cost of production, the prices increases. That is what the cost push inflation is. Now, why the cost is increasing? There are so many reasons. Maybe the raw material is costly, maybe the government increases the production taxes, maybe the labor charges or the labor wages have been increased, maybe the transportation cost increased, electricity charges increased. So many reasons can be there, because of which the factors of production which we are using to produce the goods and services has increased their prices, and this cost increased the price, and that is known as cost push inflation. Okay, so there are two causes of inflation: demand pull and cost push. Demand pull inflation when the demand increases but not the supply. Cost push inflation when the cost increases. Next question. Read the following statement and choose the correct option. And the statement is about monetary policy. Expansionary policy, and okay, government spending, it means this is all your fiscal policy. So let me know which statement is correct out of these. A, B, C or D. So first statement is saying expansionary policy decreases the total supply of money in the economy and contractionary policy increases the total supply. Then expansionary policy is traditionally used to combat the unemployment in the recession by increasing interest rate, while contractionary policy involves lowering interest rate in the order to combat inflation. Third, the government is spending tax policies in response to and or to influence the microeconomics condition like aggregate demand, inflation, employment level, and boost economy. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? If you read carefully, the expansionary monetary policy, contractionary monetary policy, and the fiscal policy we are talking about, somehow you can easily find the keywords to answer that it is true or false. The first one is saying expansionary policy decreases the inflation, decreases the money supply. That is wrong. In easy monetary policy, that is also known as the expansionary monetary policy, RBI reduces the policy rate, which increase the money supply. Okay. In the contractionary monetary policy, that is also known as a tight monetary policy, in which RBI increase the policy rate, which decreases your money supply in the market. Okay. So the first is wrong. As well as the second is also wrong, because second is saying expansionary policy is traditionally used to combat unemployment. This is true. With the help of expansionary policy, you can control the unemployment, but you do not raise the inflation interest rate. You decrease the interest rate. So this is wrong. Okay, the third is saying government spending and tax policy in response to and or influence microeconomic condition. No, it influence the macroeconomic condition, not micro. So if you know the answer that which is correct, which is wrong, you also should know that why it is true and why it is wrong. Then only you can be fully ready for your preparation, for your exam actually. So right answer is D. All the statements are wrong here. Okay, all these statements are wrong, and why they are wrong I have explained to all of you. So monetary policy is simply a tool which is prepared by RBI, and a central bank prepare the monetary policy, first to control the supply of money, second to control the availability of money, third to control the cost of money or rate of interest in the market. Okay, monetary policy review comes bi-monthly. It means in every 2 months RBI give the review of monetary policy. It have a expansionary policy, also it have a contractionary policy. These are the two types of monetary policy we have. And fiscal policy is simply a policy which influence the macroeconomic condition by using the government spending and the taxes. So taxes is actually the earning of government and spending is the expenditure of government. So this is what the monetary policy and fiscal policy is. Next question. Next question is talking about role of mutual funds, the incorrect point. In context to mutual fund, you have to find out the incorrect point. So what is mutual fund? Mutual funds are actually professional managers, है ना? They are those people who know the market very well, who can study the market very well. So let's say I have a money to invest, but I have no knowledge to invest. I have money to invest, but I do not have any knowledge of the market, like where I should invest the money. I only know that in the bank I can have the savings account, but the savings account is giving me 2.7% interest below the 1 lakh rupee, and that's nowhere to the inflation. Okay, so I thought that I should invest my money, but I do not have any knowledge, so I simply go to the professional investors or professional managers. So what mutual funds are? They are the professional manager. They will collect money from various investors and invest in the diversified sector. Why they are investing our money in the diversified sector? Simply to minimize the risk. Okay, to minimize the risk. That's why they are investing in diversified sector. So first is saying mutual fund allow an investor to invest their savings across a wide range of security and diversify their portfolio as per their objective and goals. Second, they are managed by professional fund manager who are responsible for taking a smart decision in order to maximum yield, mitigating the risk in the investing decision. Third, they offer relatively low liquidity. Fourth, they provide investors the freedom to earn on their personal savings. Investment can be start with the money as less as 500 rupee. Then certain mutual fund investment are tax efficient and serve as an income tax shield for the investor. So which of the following is incorrect? A, B, C or D? And the only incorrect statement, very good, is third option, like answer is B. It's not a low liquidity, it's a high liquidity. Mutual funds are relatively high liquidity. So right answer is third only, it means B option. Only the third statement is wrong or incorrect in context to mutual fund. All the other statements are correct. Okay. Now you can see this is your mutual fund. What they do, they actually pool investors' money. Then the fund manager will invest the pooled money in the securities. Income and dividends are generated out of that. Income will be distributed among the shareholder, and this cycle will continue to follow. Okay, so they collect money from various investors, invest that money in diversified sector to minimize the risk. That's what the mutual fund do. Now read the following statement carefully and choose the correct option. We have two statements. Statement 1 talk about the corporate model. Statement 2 talks about the all citizen models. So what do you think out of these two models, which is correct? First is saying corporate model companies can adopt NPS for their employee with contribution rate as per the employment condition. Second is saying all the citizen models are all citizen model of the NPS allow the citizen of India, whether resident or non-resident, age between 18 to 70 years to join the NPS on voluntary basis. A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? So corporate model, all citizen models we have under the national pension scheme. Which model is correctly defined? And the answer is both the statements are correctly defined here. The corporate model as well as the all citizen model. The same paragraphs have been given in your book about your corporate model and all citizen model under the national pension scheme. Okay, next, national pension scheme is a very important chapter, not a chapter but a topic. Do make sure you cover it very carefully. Now read the following statement and choose the correct option in relation to the topic regulatory aspect of venture capital funds. Regarding the venture capital fund, you have to find out the right statement, the correct option. First is saying whose shares are listed on a recognized stock exchange in India. Second is saying you have to do a statement only. Second statement is saying which is engaged in the business for promoting service, production or manufacture of articles or things and includes such activities or sector which have been included in the negative list of the board. So what do you think? Which of the following is right in context to the regulatory aspect of venture capital? So what are venture capital? They are again the same kind of professional manager who collect money from various investors, but now they invest the fund in startups. They do not invest in diversified sector, they invest in the unproven companies to the startups. So right answer here will be, actually both the statements are here wrong. Okay, both the statement about the venture capital is wrong. What they do, right answer is D here. What they actually do, they are at high risk investment, made an intention of making high profit. The investment made are based on the long term goals of their. Then investment are made in startups which have potential to grow but have not been proved yet. So money is invested generally by buying equity share in the startup company. Investment are generally done in innovative projects, field of technology and biotechnology, and the provider of venture capital can participate in the management of the company. Like they can tell the company what should be done, how should you run your company. They can involve in the management. So this is how the venture capital works. Always invest in the unproven companies, and they take the investment, risky investment. Now, the correct theme under the EASE 1.0, EASE 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, all are very important for your paper. And I have taken an individual session for EASE reforms. So do make sure you cover them all. Now, customer responsiveness, responsible banking, credit offtake, private banks as the Army Mitra for MSME, deepening financial inclusion and digitalization, ensuring outcomes. Which of the following are the correct themes under your EASE 1.0? A, B, C or D? And actually all are correct, but the private banks are not as a Udyami Mitra for MSME. They should be public bank. The public sector bank should be there. So the first, second, third, fifth and sixth is correct. First, second, third, fifth and sixth is correct. It means right answer. The first question is talking about understood. What is understood by the law of demand? So out of these statements, which of the following statement is actually defining right the law of demand? A, B, C or D? First is saying when the price of commodity is raised and other things not being constant. Achha, one thing is there, when you are studying law of demand chapter, and when you are studying this chapter, do remember that in your mind, other things remains constant is a constant statement you have to use in this chapter. Like if you are talking about a law of demand, so you will say other things remains constant, but when the price of commodity is increasing, the demand will decrease. In the law of supply, you say other things remains constant, but when the price of commodity increases, the quantity supplied will also increase. So this statement, other things remains constant, is the constant in your topic of demand and supply. So here the bracket is saying other things not being constant. This cannot be true, because other things have to be constant if you want your law of demand and law of supply will be applied. Otherwise, law of demand and law of supply will not apply here. Other things have to remain the constant for the law. Second is saying when the price of a commodity is raised and other things being variable. No, we want a constant things. So third is saying when the price of commodity is raised and other things being constant. This is true. The buyers tend to buy less of the commodity. Because what? Because the price raised, buyers tend to purchase less commodities. Okay, other things are constant. Similarly, when the price is lowered, other things being constant, quantity demanded will increase, and this is very much true. So law of demand says that the price increases, so quantity demanded will decrease, and if the price is decreasing, the quantity demanded will increase. But the other things have to remain the constant. Other things have to what? They have to remain the constant, then only this law of demand will follow. Otherwise, no. So right answer here will be your C option. Right answer we have is C option. Next, quantity supplied has a dash relationship with price. The quantity supplied have a dash relationship with price, sorry. So quantity supplied and the price, this is a law of supply, and law of supply says price and quantity supplied have a direct relation. It's a direct relation, it's a positive relation, not an inverse relation. Inverse means opposite, negative. So right answer is first and second. So option number D will be correct. So quantity supplied has a positive relationship with price, or quantity supplied have a direct relationship with price, both are correct. So right answer is D. Okay, next we have here, in case of price of related goods, the substitute goods have a dash relationship with supply and the complementary goods have a dash relationship with the supply. So you have to answer now, like the price of related goods, the substitute goods have a relationship with supply and the complementary goods have a relationship with supply. What kind of relationship these goods have when the price of related goods are increasing? Negative increase, negative inverse. Achha, two statements are same, negative inverse, negative direct, let's say. Okay, then inverse direct and direct positive. So which of the following option is correct here? What relationship would be there for with the substitute goods and with the complementary goods? Okay, so right answer here will be the in case of price of related goods, so the substitute goods have what? They have the inverse relationship with supply. Hana, inverse relationship with the supply. So it cannot be negative. Negative is inverse. So the only option you can eliminate here is direct, because inverse and negative is same. And the next thing we are talking about, and the complementary goods have a what relation? They have a direct relationship with the supply. So first is in the inverse and second is direct. So first is inverse, second is direct. I guess B and C both are correct here, because negative means inverse and the direct we have written here. So right answer is B and C both will be there. Hana? So simply the inverse relationship will be here and the direct relationship will be here. Hana? In case of price of related goods, we are talking about increasing. Next. The equilibrium price is also known as. So equilibrium is a situation where you find demand is equals to supply. That's the equilibrium situation. It means quantity demanded is equals to quantity supplied. That's not possible practically, but if this happens, it will be known as your equilibrium. Okay, so you have to answer here which of the following is correct. So first is saying market price as it equates the market demand and market supply at the point. Second is saying optimum price as it is the point of blush. Third is saying real price as it takes into account all the real cost and benefit. Fourth, market clearing price, there is no excess or shortage of demand or supply at this point. So which of the following is correct here? A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct here? So equilibrium price, if we are talking about, it means the market clearing price. And it is what? It is a market clearing price where there is no excess, no shortage of demand and supply in the economy. That is your equilibrium. So right answer will be your D option. Okay, right answer you have is D option. Clear? Next question. Which among the following statement are not correct in relation to the concept of demand schedule? Not correct in relation to what? In relation to the demand schedule. So what is demand schedule? When the relationship between price and quantity demanded have been represented on a tabular form, that is known as your demand schedule. So first is saying it is the relationship between demand and quantity bought. Second, it is the relationship demand and quantity bought. No, it is the relationship between price and quantity bought. This is true. It is the relationship between income and demand. Obviously not. The ideal demand schedule is downward sloping. This is true. So second and fourth is true here. The right answer will be D. Acha, not correct they are asking. Second and fourth is correct statement. Not correct is first and third. So A option will be correct. Okay, your A option will be correct here, that the first and third are not the correct statement. Always remember, demand curve will be downward curve and supply curve will be your upward curve. Hana, do remember that. Next. Forces behind the supply curve. Cost of production, technological advance, government policies, all of the above. Forces behind the supply curve. Okay, so right answer here will be forces behind the supply curve is all of the above. They are the forces behind your supply curve, and always remember supply curve have a upward slope, है ना? So this is the downward slope. This is downward slope. This is a demand curve. Okay, and upward slope is like this. This is your supply curve. Do remember this. Okay, upward and downward slope. D. Next. Shift in supply means, if there is a shift in supply, it means what? When the changes in factor other than the goods own price affect the quantity supplied. Second is saying when the changes in the goods own price affect the quantity supplied. Third, both A and B, and fourth, none of the above. Answer this question. A, B, C or D, which of the following will be correct? So you can see here, if there is a shift in supply, Hana, it means what? It means apart from your goods own price and quantity supplied changes, the other factor have been changed. So we have said now, other factors remains constant, but when the price of commodity is increasing, the quantity supplied will increase. That's the law of supply. And here we are talking about that the changes are happening in the other factors. When the changes in factors other than the goods own price and quantity supplied is happening, it will create the shift in the supply curve. So right answer is your A option. Right answer will be your A option. Okay, next question. Next we have here forces behind the demand curve. What are the forces that we face behind the demand curve? So demand curve is a negative or I can say the downward slope. First is expectation about future economic condition, average income, cost of production, both. So what are the forces behind the demand curve we have? And the cost of production, we have just seen that this is a supply curve force, so it cannot be true. So right answer is both A and B. Right answer is your what? Both A and B. D. Okay. Next question, what is supply schedule? What is supply schedule? So relationship between demand and quantity bought, relationship between price and quantity bought, relationship income and demand, relationship between price and quantity supplied. So because it's a supply schedule, it means it will be talk about price and quantity supplied now. So first, second, third is wrong, but the fourth is correct. Relationship between price and quantity supplied will be defined on a table, then it will be known as your supply schedule. So right answer is your D option. Okay, next question we have here. This is a very interesting phenomena about which we are talking about, है ना? The more we consume, the lesser satisfaction each additional unit of consumption will give us. Like what happened now? Let's say first time when I shifted to Gurugram, first time I had a slice of pizza, for example, and I liked it very much because it was the first time I consumed pizza. So what happened when I have consumed it for second time, for third time, for fourth time, for 20th time? Now it doesn't feel good. Why? Because every time I am consuming that particular same product in a continuous way, it somehow decreases the satisfaction with that particular product. And that's what we're talking about here. The more we consume, the lesser satisfaction each additional unit of consumption will give us. So for example, if we are extremely thirsty, the one glass of cool water will give us a lot of satisfaction. The second glass too is welcome, but will give lesser satisfaction, and satisfaction keep decreasing with every additional unit of consumption of your water. Obviously, Hana, this happened. So this particular paragraph defines which of the following law. Is it talking about a law of demand? Is it talking about a law of supply? Is it talking about a law of diminishing total utility? Is it talking about a law of diminishing marginal utility? A, B or C? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? And actually it is not law of demand, not supply, not total utility, but the marginal utility. It is what? It is the law of diminishing your marginal utility. So right answer is your D. The first question here is talking about pick the correct statement. So there are statement given about the nominal GDP and the real GDP. Out of them, you have to answer which of the following is correct. If I am talking about GDP, what actually the GDP is? GDP means the money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. That is your GDP, right? But now we are talking about here nominal GDP and your real GDP. What is the difference between nominal GDP and real GDP? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? So we all know about the GDP, but what is the difference between nominal and real GDP? So first is saying nominal GDP is the money value of all goods and services produced in a year. Second is saying nominal GDP is the indicator of real performance of an economy as prices change over the time adjusting the inflation. Third, real GDP is calculated as the money value of all goods and services produced in a year using the constant set of market prices that have prevailed in a certain chosen base year. So out of these, what do you think which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? And I guess it's very easy to answer because if you have studied the nominal GDP and real GDP, you should know that the nominal GDP will be calculated on the current prices. Okay, and without adjusting inflation. Real GDP is calculated on constant prices, but while adjusting your inflation. So the first is correct, the third is correct, but not the second one, because second is saying nominal will be adjusted on the inflation. Second is not correct. So A and C is correct. Right answer is C. Okay. Right answer is C. Okay. I got one correct answer, that is C. Right answer is C here, not B. It is the C option. B is wrong. Why B option is wrong? Because it's saying nominal will be adjusting the inflation. No, actually real GDP adjusts the inflation. Next question we have here, select correct statement with respect to green GDP. The correct statement with respect to your green GDP. First, a term for GDP after adjusting environment degradation. It was started through a system of national account. Third, can be used to determine monetary value of tangible and intangible components of something. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct here about the green GDP? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? And the right answer here is actually all the statements are correct. Green GDP is actually talking about after the environment degradation have been removed. Like it calculates like without harming the earth, how much production you have done, and it was introduced under the system of national account. That's the international standard of calculating your national accounts. And the third one is also correct. It talks about the tangible, intangible components. Right answer is D. All are correct here. Next question we have regarding pick the incorrect one. Out of the following formulas, what do you think which of the following is incorrect? First is saying net factor income or net foreign factor income is GNP minus GDP. Second, gross national income equals to GNP plus income spent by foreigners within the country plus foreign income not remitted by citizens. Third, net national income is equals to gross national income minus depreciation. So what do you think which of the following statement is incorrect or all are correct? A, B, C or D? Which of the following will be correct here? Let me know. So right answer actually here is all are the correct formula which have been given here in this particular question. All are calculating the right values. These are the right ways to calculate your values. So right answer is D. All are correct. Next question we have regarding your again statement have been given. You have to find out the correct statement. The correct statement about the GDP. First is saying GDP is the final value of all goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. Second, in India, contributions to GDP are mainly divided into three broad sectors: agriculture, allied industries, service sector. Okay, then net domestic product accounts for capital that has been consumed over the year in form of
housing, vehicle or machinery deterioration. So out of these statements, you have to answer which statement is correct regarding your GDP and NDP. So two statements are regarding the GDP and the one statement is talking about NDP. Out of these three statements, which statement is correct here? A, B, C or D? And actually the right answer will be all are correct. A, B, C, all the statement about the GDP and NDP all are correct. So NDP calculates the depreciated value. So it have been written like the capital that has been consumed over the year. That's your depreciation we are talking about. So right answer is C. All the statements are correct here. Okay. Next question we have, dash is the monetary value of finished goods and services produced by the country's citizen, whether overseas or resident, minus the depreciation. So you have to find out what terminology we are talking about in this particular question. So you can see first you are saying that production will be done by the citizen. If it is done by the citizen, it's a national product. So you can eliminate the domestic product. It is national product, that's confirmed. But in national product, you are subtracting the depreciation. It means it's a net national product. Simply just follow the concept here, follow the keywords here. If it is saying that the production have been done within the geographical boundary, it should be a domestic product. But it is saying the production is done by the country citizen. It is a national product. After that, it has said that depreciation have been subtracted. So it's not a gross value, it's a net value. So right answer will be NNP, net national product. Okay, A is correct. Next. Which of the following statement is right about GDP deflator? Right about the GDP deflator. First is saying the GDP deflator is a measure of the level of prices of all new domestically produced final goods and services. Second, using the GDP price deflator helps economists compare the level of real economic activity from the one year to another. Third, it is a measure of general price inflation calculated by dividing nominal GDP by real GDP, then multiply by 100. So what is GDP deflator formula? The formula is written very right or very true that you have to divide nominal GDP with the real GDP and multiplied by 100. This is the right formula to calculate the GDP deflator. Remember this formula, might be they can ask a numerical on this. Okay. So they will give you direct value of nominal GDP or real GDP, or might be they will not give you the direct value of nominal or real GDP. They will give you the production of the certain years. Then you have to calculate the nominal GDP, real GDP, then put the value in this formula and calculate the GDP deflator. So this kind of question can be asked. And the right statement is all the statement about GDP deflator is correct here. Okay, all the statement about the GDP deflator is correct here. Right answer is A. Sorry, C, A, B, C, all are correct. Next question we have, like disposable income is often talked about when discussing the national income. Which of the following correctly describe the disposable income? So, if we talk about personal income means the total income of an individual. That's a personal income. But when we talk about personal disposable income, it's the income which actually can be consumed by you, which actually can be used by you to perform any kind of purchase of goods and services. So if I am having a personal income of 10 lakh rupees in a year, let's say for example, I am not able to use all that money because I have a liability to pay the taxes to the government of India, right? So it's very obvious the income acquiring to individual after direct taxes have been paid. So personal disposable income, or you can call it a disposable income, it means after paying all the taxes, after paying all the liabilities of your whatever amount of income you have, now you have the authority that you can use it to purchase goods and services. You can save it for your future or whatever you want to do accordingly. So this is the personal disposable income that tells us the expenditure capacity of the people, because it gives the actual income in the hands of the people after paying the taxes. So right answer is C. Okay, next. Which of the following is correct regarding GNP? Which of the following is correct regarding the GNP? GNP equals to GDP minus depreciation. GNP equals to GDP plus taxes minus just subsidy. GNP equals to NNP minus depreciation minus income from abroad. GNP equals to GDP plus income from abroad. Out of these, find the correct answer. So you can see, you can eliminate the option directly, the C1, because gross will be calculated by plus depreciation. C is wrong. GNP equals to GDP plus taxes minus subsidies, not correct. GNP equals to GDP minus depreciation, not correct. But the D option is correct. GDP plus net income from abroad, when you add them, you will get the GNP here. So right answer will be your only D. First, second, third is wrong, but the D statement is correct. That defines perfectly the GNP and GDP calculation. Okay, so right answer will be your only D. That's the D option. Sorry. Now, next question we have, that is talking about GDP deflator is often cited term in economics discussion. What does it relates to? What actually the GDP deflator means according to these statements? First is saying evaluate inflation by taking into account the GDP of the economy of the country. Second, shows GDP growth on the basis of current production. Third, GDP deflator excludes services while consumer price index includes it. And fourth, none of the above. So which of the following are correct here? A, B, C or D? And the right answer here will be, it actually evaluates the inflation.
Which of the following can be the outcome of very high inflation in the economy? The reason or the outcome of high inflation in the economy. Okay, which of the following can be the outcome of very high inflation in the economy? First, reduction in economic growth. Second, increase in savings. Third, reduction in the exports. Select the correct answer using the codes below. A, B, C or D? English medium is morning 6 to 9. Bilingual is 6 to 9 p.m. Okay. English in the morning and bilingual in the evening. Chalo. So which of the following is correct? Like, because of the very high inflation, what will be the effect? Reduction in economic growth, increase in savings, reduction in exports. So first of all, inflation is rise in the prices. Whenever is money supply increasing, it increases the demand of consumer. And when the demand increases, supply will decrease, because demand and supply have an inverse relation. Okay, they have inverse relation. So prices will start increasing, and when the prices are increasing, that's the inflation. Now, because the prices are keep increasing, the cost of living will increase, which will make the low standard of living of people. Lower standard of living will be there because the cost of living have been increased. After that, we can say that people have to spend more money on their survival to fulfill their cost of living only. So it's very obvious their demand after a certain period will reduce, which will reduce the production in the country, which will reduce the GDP as well as the economic growth in the country. So the right answer will be reduction in economic growth, and reduction in exports will be there. So right answer will be your first and third. That will be D option. Second is not correct because the savings will be decreased. People have to spend more money to fulfill their basic needs. The cost of living is increasing. So their savings level will decrease, not increase. So second is wrong, other are correct. Right answer is D. Okay. So you can see the concept of inflation refers to a sustained rise in the general level of prices of goods and services in an economy over a period of time. Inflation leads to fall in the purchasing power. Okay, it leads to fall what? Purchasing power of money. Next, which agency of the World Bank Group focuses on providing low interest loan to credit worthy middle income countries? So World Bank Group have a 5 institution. How many institutions are there? 5 institutions are there. So question is asking, which agency of World Bank Group focus on providing the low interest loan to the credit worthy middle income countries? IBRD, IDA, IFC or MIGA? A, B, C, or D? Which of the following will be correct? A, B, C, or D? So World Bank have IBRD, IDA, IFC, Mega, and the fifth one is ICSID. These are the 5 institutions of World Bank Group, out of which IBRD provides the low interest loan to the credit-worthy middle income country. IDA provide loan at concessional rates or no interest rate to the poorer countries in the world. Okay, and IFC provide loan to the private sector of the economy. So it takes a higher interest. Now, Mega, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, provides a kind of insurance regarding the investment you are doing in the other country. Hana, if you are going for an investment in the other country, and there you find the certain non-commercial risk is there because of which you lost your money. Then in that situation, your guarantee have been given by Mega, like it will return your money up to 90%, whatever you have invested. ICSID is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute. It settles the dispute. It works as an arbitration. It settles the dispute between the two parties who came under the transaction. Okay, so right answer is your A, IBRD. So World Bank Group is collection of your 5 international institutions headquartered in Washington, D.C. IBRD, IDA, IFC, Mega, and ICSID. Out of that, India is the founding member of the IBRD, IDA, IFC. India is only member of Mega, not a founding member, but a member of Mega. But India is not member of ICSID. Do remember this. Okay. Out of the 5 institutions, India is a founding member of 3, and the 3 are IBRD, IDA, and IFC. Then out of 5, India is member of Mega, only member, not a founding member. And ICSID, India is not even a member. Next question. What role can bank play in supporting India's transition to net zero emission? So India have taken a target that we will achieve the net zero emission by 2070. So how the banks can participate in the role to make the country achieve this target? What role the bank can perform here? Directly controlling greenhouse gas emission, funding India's energy transition through green finance, providing climate change education to public, supporting the development of electric cars in India. So right answer is your B. Funding the India's energy transition through the green finance. Green finance means you are providing finance in such a sectors which are environment friendly, environment sustainable projects. So climate change is a major economic concern. Even the best case scenario, the climate change would have impact on every sector of Indian economy in the coming year. So as per projection, Indian economy would face substantial economic challenges in the future, and the climate change is likely to lower India's GDP by 2.8% per year by 2050. This research have been done by the World Bank, or this have been said by the World Bank, that India will face this loss. Okay, and how the bank will support? Bank to support the country's transition to net zero emission by continuing to support the green finance or the green infrastructure. Clear? Next. A banking company requires dash from dash to undertake banking business as per provisions of section dash of the Banking Regulation Act. So question is asking, a banking company is required dash from dash, okay, to undertake the banking company or the banking business as provision of the section dash of Banking Regulation Act. So what is required to the banking company? Registration, license, or certificate? So we are saying if any banking company wants to undertake the banking business, they have to take what? Obviously, they have to take the license. From whom? From RBI. Under what section? Under section 22 of Banking Regulation Act. So right answer is very good, B. The section 22 of RBI Act talks about the printing of currency. It talks about the RBI have sole right to print all the denomination of currency except rupee 1. But the section 22 of Banking Regulation Act gives the license to the banks to start their business. Now, so licensing of banks, banking company, section 22 of Banking Regulation Act, a banking company cannot carry on the banking business in India unless it holds a license issued in that behalf by the RBI. Before commencing banking business in India, every banking company shall apply in writing to the RBI for a license, and RBI will grant license after being satisfied with all these conditions. Okay, if RBI is satisfied with all these conditions of a bank, then RBI will give the license to the particular company to start a business in the country. Okay, next. What is meant by law of downward sloping demand in economics? The law of downward sloping demand in economics. First is saying the more we consume of a good, the less satisfaction each additional unit of consumption provides. Second, the higher the price of good, the more units consumer are willing to buy. Third, the substitution effect and income effect caused buyer to switch to cheaper alternatives. Fourth, the relationship between the price of good and the quantity demanded is negative. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? So law of downward sloping is this. When the graph is like this is a downward slope. And when we make the graph like this is an upward slope. So downward slope represents the law of demand, which says that the price and quantity demanded have an inverse relation. So right answer is D. The relationship between the price and the quantity demanded is negative. You can say it is negative, you can say it is inverse, you can say it is opposite. So right answer is D. Okay, so law of downward sloping, when the price of a commodity is raised, the buyers tend to buy less of the commodity. Similar, when the price is lowered, the other things being constant, the quantity demanded increases. So simply, the downward slope shows that the price and quantity demanded, they have an inverse relationship. If we have a price, if we have a upward slope, if we have a supply upward slope, it represents that the price and quantity supplied are directly proportional to each other. Clear? Next. Recently, the Parliament passed the Factoring Regulation Amendment Bill 2021. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the factoring? So the term or the statement correct regarding the factoring. First, it is a short-term lending facility by NBFCs to MSMEs. It is a way to get immediate liquidity by selling receivables. The banks provide lending facility where receivables act as collateral. It is unsecured lending facility by banks to generally MSMEs. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct regarding the factoring? A, B, C or D? Okay, so it is what? It is a way to get the immediate cash or immediate liquidity by selling the receivables. Right answer is B. Not always MSME. For only MSME, it is trade. So we are talking about factoring. D cannot be true. The right answer is B. The right answer is your B. So you can see in the factoring, it is suitable for your ongoing open account sales not backed by letter of credit or accepted bills of exchange. It is short term in nature. It is for 150 days, out of which 90 days is actually credit and the 60 days is the grace period. Now factoring can be with recourse or without recourse. That requires continuous arrangement between factor and client, whereby all the sales are routed through the factor. Then the factor assumes responsibility for collection and helps client reduce the overheads for the same. Then the charges include those for financing, collection, administration, credit protection, and MIS, Management Information System. Then factoring is also commonly for domestic and international transaction. Okay, that's what the factoring is, which gives immediate cash to the seller on behalf of trade receivables. Now, which country was the first rated by credit rating agency? The first country rated by credit rating agency, and also let me know the name of the credit rating agency who rated the particular country. Is it USA, France, India, or England? The first country rated by credit rating agencies. A, B, C, or D? Okay. So right answer here is, very good, it is France. Right answer is France. And this rating have been given by Standard and Poor. This rating is given by the International Credit Rating Agency, that is Standard and Poor. And the country is France. So you can see the modern rating system dates back to 1909 when the John Moody started rating US railroad bonds. Currently, 3 rating agencies dominate the international market. That is Moody's, Standard and Poor, and Fitch. Okay, these are the 3. Now, the first industrial country to be rated was France by Standard and Poor in 1959. Okay, it was what? It was France. Next, which of the following business cannot be transacted by RBI? Which of the following function cannot be performed by RBI? First, it is saying engage in trade or otherwise have a direct interest in any commercial, industrial, or other undertaking. Second, purchase the share of any banking company or of any other company, or grant loans upon the security of any such shares. Third, allow interest on deposits or current account, all of the above. Which of the following will be correct here? A, B, C, or D? Very good. All are not done by RBI. It means all of the above, they are not the functions that can be performed by RBI. So right answer is D. So section 19 talks about the business that RBI cannot transact. RBI cannot engage in trade or otherwise. RBI cannot purchase the share of any banking company or any other company or give loan on those shares. RBI cannot advance money on mortgage of or otherwise on security of immovable property or document of title. RBI cannot make loan or advances. RBI cannot draw or accept bills payable otherwise than on demand. RBI cannot allow interest on deposit or current accounts. So all of these activities cannot be performed by the Reserve Bank of India. Now, out of the following statement, which statement is correct in relation to the Employees Provident Fund scheme? Out of the following, which function cannot be, out of the following statement, which statement is correct in relation to the Employee Provident Fund scheme? So first is saying EPFO is also the nodal agency for implementing bilateral social security agreement with other countries. Second, EPFO has been taking measures, several measures to simplify the operation of EPF account both for employers and employee by adopting IT-enabled tool and techniques. Third, contribution level are the same as in the EPFO system and must provide the same rate of return. The retirement age ranges between 58 to 60.
Which of the following statement regarding the EPFO are correct? RBI was established on the recommendation of Hilton Young Commission, that is also known as your Royal Commission on Indian Currency and Finance. This commission was introduced in 1926. RBI Act came in the year 1934 and RBI was established in 1935. Okay, so answer will be your obviously D. All of the above are the correct statement about the EPFO. So you can see EPFO what? It is the nodal agency for implementing your bilateral social security agreement with the other country. It is one of the largest social security organization in India in terms of beneficiaries base and the quantum of financial transaction. Okay, so EPFO, one more important point, universal account number. It was given as an umbrella for multiple account numbers. So what happened now that multiple times when you change the job, every time you will get a new account number to manage your PF. But now the universal account number have been introduced. You do not have to again and again change your account number. The same number will be followed. It is of how many digits? 12-digit number it is. Okay, do remember that. Apart from that, this UAN Universal Account Number program was launched in October 14 as part of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Shramev Jayate Karyakram. And next, the employer and employee should contribute 12% of the salary of employee, out of which the employer contribution will be divided into two categories. First is 3.67% given to the EPF and 8.33% will be given to the EPS. One is Employer Provident Fund, another is Employee Pension Scheme. So the first question is talking about which of the following is not a characteristics of a credit rating? Which of the following is not a characteristics of credit rating? So if we talk about credit rating is provided by whom? It is provided by the credit rating agencies, which are regulated by whom? Which are regulated by SEBI. Okay. And the credit rating agencies provide us what? They provide us the alphanumeric ratings, as well as symbols will be added to make it more understood or to make it easily understood by the people. Apart from that, if we talk about, there are total 7 credit rating agencies in India which have been approved by the SEBI. And the oldest and the largest credit rating agency of our country is CRISIL, Credit Information Bureau of India, Credit Information Services related credit rating of our country. That is the largest and the biggest credit rating agency and the first credit rating agency of our country. Hana, that named as what? That name as CRISIL. Okay. Now let me know which of the following is correct. A, B, C or D. It assesses the issuer's capacity to meet its financial obligation. Second, a credit rating agency assesses the financial strength of the borrower on the basis of its financial data. Third, the credit rating is not only a guidance to investor but also a recommendation to invest in any particular instrument. So which of the following you think is correct? A, B, C or D? Okay, third only. That is not a characteristics. Okay, so first is correct. It actually assesses the issuer's capacity to meet its financial obligations. Second is also correct, that it rating assesses the financial strength of the borrower on the basis of the data available. But credit rating is not only a guidance to the investor but also a recommendation. No. The credit rating agency will only let you know what are the chances of repayment of the loan if you provide to someone on the basis of the data available with them. They cannot recommend it and they will not recommend you that you should go for the X company or the Y company. Hai na? So they do not give the recommendation, they just only give you the guidance. Right answer will be your D, third only. It's not a characteristics. Right answer is D.
Now, characteristics of the credit rating. First is assessment of issuer's capacity to repay. First we have assessment of issuer's capacity to repay. It assesses the capacity of the issuer how to repay the funds. Next we have based on the data the rating will be provided. Based on what? Based on the data the rating will be provided. Third, it expressed in the symbols. Fourth, it carried out by the expert. It's not like anybody can give the rating. Experts will be there who will give the rating. And guidance about the investment, not recommendation. It's a guidance like where you should invest your money, but not a recommendation to you. Okay, so right answer was D. Next question. What are the financial and developmental objective of the NABFID, National Bank for Financing, Infrastructure and Development? Which of the following is the financial and development objective of NABFID? So NABFID was established as a development financial institution. It is the latest development financial institution and it is the 5th All India financial institution. Clear? Apart from that, it was established in 2021 with the capital, authorized capital was 1 lakh crores. First is saying extending loan and advances for infrastructure projects. Second is saying taking over or refinancing such existing loans. Third is saying attracting investment for private sector investor and institutional investor for the infrastructure project. Fourth is saying organizing and facilitating the fund participation in infrastructure projects. A, B, C or D? Which of the following are the objectives? Okay, so the right answer will be here. Very good. D. All are the objectives of NABFID. Very good. The right answer is D. All are the objectives. Okay. So you can see if we talk about the NABFID, it will have a both financial as well as development objective. The financial objective will be to directly or indirectly lend, invest or attract investment for the infrastructure project which are located entirely or partially in India. Second, the central government will prescribe the sectors to be covered under the infrastructure domain. And the next is developmental objectives include the facilitating development of market for bonds, loans and derivative for infrastructure financing. Then functions of NABFID, if we talk about extending loans and advances for infrastructure project. Second, taking over or refinancing such existing loan. Third, attracting investment from private sector investor and institutional investors for the infrastructure project. Fourth, organizing, facilitating foreign participation in infrastructure project. Fifth, facilitating negotiation with various government authorities for the dispute resolution in the field of infrastructure financing, providing consultancy services in the infrastructure financing. Clear? All these are the functions of NABFID we are talking about. Next, which of the following criteria are necessary for an NBFC MFI to be classified as a non-deposit taking NBFC? So, which of the following criteria are necessary for an NBFC MFI to be classified as a non-deposit taking NBFC? They can also be written as a NBFC ND, non-deposit taking NBFC. Let me know which of the following will be correct. A, B, C or D? Okay. So if we talk about classified criteria, the 500 crore and above is correct. Minimum net owned fund, it is saying that it should be 2 crores. It is saying it should be 2 crores. Minimum net owned fund of 5 crores should be there for NBFC MFIs which are registered in the northeastern area. So it should be 5 crores. Okay, not less than 75% is correct. Registration with the bank under the provision of RBI Act 1934 is correct. So, the first, third and fourth is correct. And no such kind of option is there. Okay, so I did a mistake with the options here. Right answer will be first, third and fourth. Okay, so right answer will be first, third and fourth, and the definition or the explanation you can see given here. NBFC MFI, so NBFC is a non-deposit taking NBFC having not less than 75% of its asset in the nature of qualifying asset which satisfying the following criteria. First is minimum net owned fund of 5 crores. Second, not less than 75% of its total asset in the nature of microfinance loan. And Reserve Bank of India framework microfinance loan direction will be 2022 followed. NBFC should be registered with the bank under the provision of RBI Act 1934 and having the asset size of 500 crore and above. Okay, so the only 2 crore part was wrong, other was right. Next, what were the objective of ICICI? ICICI is the kind of institution which have introduced the maximum, I can say, it have introduced the maximum variety of services to the customer. The first time it was introduced as a development financial institution, then it introduced the bank as well as a universal bank. Then the merchant banking, stockbroker company and the other types of services, everything is provided by ICICI. Chalo. So which of the following is the objective? To assist in the creation, growth and modernization of business enterprises in the non-public sector, to stimulate private ownership of industrial entities and to promote and assist in the expansion of market, to provide equipment finance, to provide finance for rehabilitation of industrial units. Let me know which of the following are actually correct. A, B, C or D in context to the ICICI Bank. And very good, the right answer will be D. All are correct. All are the objective of ICICI. Right answer is D. So objective of ICICI written here like the major objective of ICICI was to meet the needs of industry for permanent and long-term funds in the private sector. And the other is assist in creation, growth, modernization of business enterprises, stimulate the private ownership of industrial entities and promote and assist. Okay, and assist as well as in the expansion of market. It provide equipment finance, it provide finance for rehabilitation of industrial units as well. So all are correct. Next, which of the following statements accurately describe the quinary sector of the economy? There are 4 statements and you have to answer correct about the quinary sector of the economy. A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? Okay, so the right answer will be here. So first of all, B and D, 2 options are coming. Okay, so first of all, it's a subsector. It's a subsector of tertiary sector. It's a subsector of our tertiary sector. Tertiary sector have a 2 subsector. First is quaternary, second is quinary. Quaternary is also known as a knowledge sector. That is also known as what? That is also known as a knowledge sector. So it is related to primary? Obviously not. The quinary sector focus on providing essential services like the healthcare, etc. This is correct. It is primarily involved in research, innovation and advance. This is also correct. It is sector plays minimum role in contributing to overall economy. So right answer is second and third. It means right option is B. They are quinary sectors. So quinary sectors are kind of sector which gives us the idea behind everything. है ना. So the persons who are involved in this sector, they are very minimum comparative to the other sector, but they have an impact on overall each and every policy making and everything in the decision making. So they are the brain behind the ideas, we can say. They are the brain behind every economic policy, or you can say socio-economic policies. Okay, so right answer was here B. Second and third is correct. The first and fourth is not. Okay. Yes, they are known as a brain behind the ideas. Now, and the other subsector of tertiary sector is known as knowledge sector. Okay, they check the intellectuality of human resource of a country. Next, quinary sector. It includes activities in which the key choices are made. It includes the highest level of decision makers in government, including their bureaucracy and the private corporate sector. So the number of people participating in this sector is quite small, yet they are regarded the brain behind an economic, socio-economic performance of the country. Okay, this group include what? Occupation like senior company executives, your government officials, your research scientists, your financial and legal advisor, and others. All will be counted under this. Okay, next. Which of the following statement accurately describes the role of credit rating agencies in the primary market for securities? Which of the following statement accurately describes the role of credit rating agency in the primary market for the securities? We have these four statements. Okay. So credit rating agency assign credit rating to security indicating their credit worthiness and risk level. CRAs facilitate the allotment of shares in IPO. Then CRAs are responsible for regulating the issuance of corporate bond. CRAs act as an intermediaries to facilitate the foreign exchange transaction. Which of the following is correct? A, B, C and D. A and C, two options are coming. Right answer is actually your A. Credit rating agencies assign the rating to the security indicating their credit worthiness and their risk level. They do not work, they do not do the allotment of shares in IPO. They do not responsible for regulating the issuance of corporate bond. They are not acting as an intermediary. They are the credit rating agencies. They will provide rating only. So right answer will be your statement 1. A. So you can see the credit rating agency is a private company that looks at the credit worthiness of a large scale borrower, such as a company or country. If it effectively ranks the borrower on their ability to pay off their loan. A credit rating agency, also called a rating service, is a company that assigns credit rating which assesses a debtor's ability to pay back the debt which they are taking from you. Okay, and all these are the debt instruments who get rating from the credit rating agencies. So credit rating agencies not only provide rating to the countries and corporates, they also provide rating to the certain debt instruments of the country. Okay, chalo, next. Next question we have, choose the correct option. Again, there are two statements given and we have to answer which is correct, which is not. First is saying that the real estate investment trusts are required to have a trustee, sponsor and a manager. Second, the trustee of a REIT is responsible for managing the day-to-day operation of the real estate asset held by the trust. A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? Okay. So the right answer for this question will be first is true, second is false. Okay, I got C and D, two options. So, real estate investment trust required to have the trustee, sponsor and manager, that is correct. But they do not, actually REIT do not manage the day-to-day operation. They are not going to manage by themselves the day-to-day operation. Why? They have hired the sponsor, the trustee, the investment manager, the special purpose vehicle to manage the activities. They are not going to manage with themselves. So, right answer is first is correct, but the second is false. Answer first is correct, the second is false. C is correct. Now, organization of real estate investment trust, they are similar to the mutual fund. First of all, they pool the investment of the people. The assets are professionally managed by the designated fund manager here. So, real estate company decides to form a real estate investment trust. It becomes the sponsor for the REIT and they appoint a trustee. Now, what the trustee will do? The trustee hold the real estate asset of the trust in its trusteeship. These assets are no longer directly controlled by the sponsor. They are not directly controlling. The sponsor have appointed the trustee to work the same for it. Then REIT may control its real estate holding either directly or with the special purpose vehicle will be created. Okay, and apart from that, the trustee will appoint a manager to manage the real estate asset on behalf of the trust. So simply they are not going to make day-to-day operation managed by themselves. They will appoint the staff to the authorities who have been appointed for the same. Now, which of the following statement is not true about the non-banking financial companies in India? A statement true about NBFC. A, B, C or D? First is saying NBFCs are allowed to accept and renew the public deposit. NBFC cannot accept deposits repayable on demand. NBFC cannot offer interest rate higher than the ceiling rate prescribed by RBI. Select the correct option using the codes given below. Which of the following is correct? Okay, I got first answer, that is D. What about rest? D and C, two options are coming. No, actually the right answer is your D. They accept term deposit. They can accept term deposit and renew it when the maturity ends. They cannot accept demand deposit, that is correct. They cannot offer the interest higher than the ceiling rate prescribed by RBI. So, first, second and third, right answer is D about the NBFC. Okay, so according to the amendment of 1997, RBI has defined its definition as these three forms. Section 45IA of RBI Act, non-banking financial company, they can commence or carry on the business of NBFCs subject to the obtaining a certificate of registration from the bank or having net own fund of minimum rupees 2 crores. Okay, this limit have been given to have a codes. In the context of merchant bankers, category 1 includes those which, category 1 we are talking about, which can only act as intermediary between the buyer and seller of security. They are authorized to carry out the entire range of activity related to the issue management process. Then they are limited to provide investment advice. Fourth, they can only deal with the debt instrument. Which of the following is correct? So, merchant banks are regulated by SEBI. There are 4 categories of merchant bank, category 1, 2, 3 and 4. All the categories have to take registration, certificate of registration from SEBI. So, which of the following will be done by the merchant banker 1 category? So, we can say merchant banker 1 category, they perform all kinds of tasks. Okay, right answer is very good. They are authorized to carry out the entire range of activity related to the issue management process. Right answer is B, correct. So certification under SEBI regulation is required. Certificate from SEBI is mandatory to commence the merchant banking activity. There are 4 types of category. In the category 1, they can act as a issue manager. And to carry on the activity issue management, they will inter alia consist of preparation of prospectus, other information relating to the issue, determining financial structure, tie-up of financiers, final allotment and refund of the subscription. And they act as advisor, consultant, manager, underwriter, portfolio manager, issue manager, everything. They act as every particular term given here. Chalo. So now we'll be ending here today. Chalo. So let's start with the first question. That is talking about your climate change. The question is about the climate change. First question is asking about, consider the following statement and you have to answer which statement is right or wrong. First statement and second statement have been given to us. First is saying India launched One Sun, One World, One Grid, OSOWOG, okay, initiative at COP26 to promote the global solar energy access. Additionally, the Plastic Hackathon 2021 campaign aims to make India single-use plastic-free by 2022. Okay, that was the first we are talking about, that this target India have taken in context to our climate change. Next, we are saying India wanted to make India become a single-use plastic-free country by the year 2022. That's why the Plastic Hackathon has been introduced. Statement 2, India pledged support for sustainable living and production as a vital step towards combating climate change and endorsing the establishment of a climate fund at COP27. If we talk about COP is what? Conference of Parties. Okay, COP is known as your Conference of Parties. Okay, so I am getting the answer C. Both are correct. Yes, very good. Both are correct. The right answer is C. Both these statements are correct here. Okay, so you can see the at Conference of Parties 26 meeting, India also announced the OSOWOG with the goal of harnessing solar energy and endorsing the generated electricity gets to place that used the most. And India also launched the Plastic Hackathon 2021 to make India a single-use plastic-free country by 2022. Next, the United Nations Climate Summit COP27, which happened in Egypt 2022. The member countries agreed to conduct or to establish a fund which will address the loss and damage due to the climate change. So all the member countries of COP who are participating in the climate change activity, they all agreed to this point that we should create a fund in which all the countries which are capable of, they will be contributing a certain amount of money in the fund, and those countries who have faced the loss because of the climate change, the disaster and loss, we will be helping them out with this particular fund. Okay, this has been said. Now, next question we have, consider the following statement. Statement 1 is saying, eligible participant issuers shall obtain a credit rating for issuance of commercial paper from any one of the SEBI registered crediting agency, CRA. Then the minimum credit rating shall be A3 as per rating symbol and definition prescribed by SEBI. Second is saying commercial paper can be issued for the maturities between a minimum of 7 days and a maximum up to 1 year from the date of issue, and the maturity date of commercial paper may go beyond the date up to which the credit rating of the issuer is valid. Let me know which of the following is correct out of these two statements. So we are talking about the credit rating agencies rating in the first statement, and the second we are saying that up to what duration it should be issuing the commercial paper. A, B, C or D? Which of the following will be correct? A, B, C or D? C and only one is correct. 2 options I have got. What about rest? Very good. Right answer is only one correct, because not beyond whatever your credit rating is, let's say the credit rating agency have given you the credit for the next let's say June 2024. So you cannot issue commercial paper beyond the June 2024. You can only issue till your credit rating is valid. Okay, so right answer will be A, that only first is correct, not the second one. Right answer is A. Very good. Hana, so you can see minor changes they are doing in the question. Hana, they will give the statement ditto which was given in the book of yours, but a minor changes, a minor words will be changed, and that we have to identify where the wrong thing is defined. Chalo, so we are saying eligible participant issuer shall obtain a credit rating from the issuance of commercial paper. Any one of the SEBI registered crediting agencies, minimum credit rating shall be A3 as per rating symbol and definition prescribed by SEBI. The issuer shall ensure that at the time of issuance of the commercial paper, rating so given is current and not due for the review. Okay. Next thing, the commercial paper will be eligible for 7 days to minimum 1 year, up to 1 year maximum, sorry. The maturity date of commercial paper shall not go beyond the date up to which the credit rating of the issuer is valid. Okay. So these are the conditions have been given if any company is going to issue the commercial paper. Now, the next question is talking about FDI, foreign direct investments. Proposal involving a total foreign equity infusion of more than 5,000 crores requires a clearance from the CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs first. Second is saying FDI in India is prohibited and not allowed to function in the following sector like lottery business, gambling, betting as well as casinos. Yes, there are 7 credit rating agencies which are approved by SEBI and 4 credit information companies are there. Very good. So do make sure you do this. Whenever you are finding any kind of question, you are practicing any question or you are revising the content in which certain other term have appeared. So do make sure you revise that particular term at the same time. This is how you can able to link the content and remember the content. Chalo, so let me know. The third is saying foreign investment in activities not covered by the automatic route requires prior approval of government permission. Proposal for foreign investment through the government route are reviewed by the relevant administrative ministry or department. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? In case of FDI, foreign direct investment, which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? D, everyone is going with the D option. Okay. What about rest? Okay. So answer will be very good. Answer will be your D. All the statements are correct. Like if you are going for the government approved route, you have to take the permission from the respected ministry or from the respected department of the government of India. But if the amount of foreign investment is more than 5,000 crore, then you also have to take the permission of CCEI. Okay. And the second one is also correct. They are the prohibited areas. So the foreign investments in activities not covered by automatic route, they require prior government approval, and proposal for foreign investment through the government route are reviewed by the relevant administrative ministry or department. Proposal involving total foreign equity infusion of more than 5,000 crore needs a clearance from the CCEA. And if the FDI is coming from Pakistan, in that situation, it will always come under the government approved route. If FDI is coming from Pakistan, it will always comes to India in government approved route. Okay. Now, next. So, only 2 routes are there in the FDI, automatic and government approved route. Now, what are the major changes incorporated in the revision of SNA 2008? SNA stand for System of National Account. What are the major changes have been done when we have updated the system of national accounts? First is saying the headline growth rate will now be measured by GDP at constant market price, refer to the GDP internationally. Second, estimates of
GVA for each sector will now be provided at factor cost instead of basic prices. Third, comprehensive coverage of the corporate sector in manufacturing and services, including the annual account as submitted by to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Fourth, information from the accounts of stockbroker, stock exchanges, asset management company, mutual funds, and pension fund along with the regulatory bodies is included for comprehensive coverage of financial sector. So what do you think? Which of the following is the major changes that happened? A, B, C or D? Major changes that happened when we have introduced the system of national account. So system of national account was actually introduced by United Nations. It's a standard policy, not a standard policy, but I can say standard rules. है ना, set of rules are there, as uniformity in the rules we want to have in the world, so that like if India is calculating its national statistical data, it will be at the same uniform level on which USA is calculating its own national countries, its own countries' statistical data. That uniformity we want to have in the world. So the second is wrong, but the first, third and fourth is correct. So right answer will be your C. Okay, right answer your C. Why second is wrong? Because gross value added now will be calculated on basic price, not on the factor price. Okay, so right answer is C. So system of national accounts 2008 are as follows. Headline: growth rate will henceforth be measured by GDP at constant market price, which will be referred to the GDP from here on. And previously growth was assessed in terms of GDP growth rate at factor cost and constant price. Now the estimates of GVA, each sector will now be provided at the basic prices rather than on the factor cost. Okay, so this is the changes that have been done because of this system of national accounts in 2008. It also has said that in every 5 years, the base years should be changed. That also have been said in the SNA 2008, but it is not yet properly followed. Okay, now in next question. In the following given a statement, which one is not correct in relation to CSR activities? CSR is corporate social responsibility. So in the following given a statement, which one is not correct in relation to the CSR activities? First, the transition from considering CSR non-compliance as a civil wrong to a criminal offense highlights a focus on imprisonment over penalties, stressing the significance of accountability and enforcement. Second, recent changes in the law allow the Indian companies to exceed the 2% of CSR limit, with provision to offset the excess spending against future obligation. Schedule 7 of the Act shapes your CSR efforts in India, focusing on SDG related to poverty, hunger, healthcare, sanitation, clean water access. CSR in India, as per the Companies Act, integrates economic, social and environmental responsibility to promote sustainable growth aligned with the global SDG. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? All are correct. How can you say all are correct here? How can you say all are correct? We have discussed CSR so many times. I keep telling you CSR, definitely one question will be there. Very good. It became criminal to civil, not civil to criminal. The first one is definitely wrong. In 2019, the CSR non-compliance converted from criminal to civil wrong, है ना? So earlier the 3 years imprisonment used to happen, but now it is penalty based. Like if the company is not following the CSR compliance, they have to pay the penalty. The company and the defaulting officer both have to pay the penalty. So right answer is first is not correct. Only one. A is correct. Okay, now the aim of CSR is simply voluntarily incorporate the economic, social and environmental obligation into businesses operation in order to achieve the long-term growth and demonstrate a beneficial impact on the environment, employees, consumers, shareholders and communities. So your business impact should be positive in all the shareholders. Okay, defined under section 135. Under schedule 7, it has been said that it is focusing to eliminate the hunger, poverty and malnutrition.
and now it is a civil wrong. Earlier it used to be the criminal wrong, criminal offense. Now it is a civil wrong. Next. Which among the following feature is correct regarding the red herring prospectus? The feature correct about RHP. Feature correct about the RHP, red herring prospectus. It has no details of the price or number of share offered. It should be made open for an offer for 1 month. The price is done through a bidding process. An RHP for an FPO can be filed with the ROC without the price band. Which of the following is correct? Okay. So it has no details about the price or number. This is true. Hana. The price is done through a bidding process. This is also true. And RHP for an follow-on public offer can be filed with the ROC without the price band, but not the 1 month it will be open to. So first, third and fourth are correct, and the option number will be B. Okay, right answer will be your B. Very good. The second one is only wrong. Rest the three are correct. So right answer is B. So do remember, red herring prospectus is simply a kind of, it covers the kind of information which somehow not provide each detail of your share issue management. Okay. After the bidding process, and then it will share a certain amount of information. Now, next question we have here, consider the following statement regarding the non-scheduled banks in India. The statement regarding non-scheduled banks in India. First, non-scheduled banks are not included in the second schedule of RBI Act. Minimum capital requirement for non-scheduled banks is governed by the section 11(1) of Banking Regulation Act 1949. Non-scheduled banks can borrow from RBI for their normal operation without any restriction. District Central Cooperative Banks are accorded schedule status by RBI. Which of the following statement are correct? Let me know which statement is correct here. A, B, C or D? Okay, and the right answer will be C. Chalo, let's see. So very obvious, non-scheduled commercial bank cannot take loan from the RBI for their normal operation. Okay, so the third is definitely wrong. First is correct, second is correct. It means it can be either B or D. If the second is correct, it means right answer will be D, that is third and fourth. Okay, right answer will be our D, that is third and fourth. Next. So you can see the non-scheduled commercial banks are those which are not listed in the second schedule of RBI Act, and the capital requirement of non-scheduled banks is governed by the section 11(1) of the Banking Regulation Act 1949, whereas the capital requirement of the scheduled banks are governed by the section 42. Acha, the capital required for scheduled banks is defined under the RBI Act, but in the non-scheduled banks, it is defined in the Banking Regulation Act. And they can borrow from RBI only in the event of emergency, not in the normal business course they can take a loan. Hana, scheduled bank can take a loan for their normal banking business, but non-scheduled bank can only take the funds in case of emergency, otherwise no. Okay, next question. Consider the following statement and choose the correct statement as your answer. Yes, correct option was 1 and 2, and third and fourth was incorrect. Acha, question was asking what? Let me check. Question was asking what? Acha, it was asking the correct statement. Okay, okay, done. So third and fourth is wrong. First and second is correct. So the right answer is A. Right answer will be A. Hana? I have answered the wrong one. The third and fourth is wrong, and the first and second is correct. Chalo, next. Next question. Consider the following statement and choose the correct option. And it is about protectionism. First is saying the process of reducing dependency and integration amongst the particular units throughout the world is known as protectionism. Second, protectionism takes three main forms: tariff, import quota, non-tariff barrier. Third, when a government enact law that restrict or prohibit international trade. Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? The right answer will be, okay. So first is not protectionism, it is known as deglobalization. When we reduce the dependency on the other country, we are reducing the dependency and integration amongst a particular unit. It's not a protectionism, it is a deglobalization. The second is correct. Tariff barrier, import quotas and non-tariff barrier will be there, which will be used to do the deglobalization. And it's very obviously wrong. It's not like every time government enacts the law, it will prohibit the international trading. That's wrong. So right answer is second, and the question is asking about correct. So right answer will be D. Okay, right answer is D. So always make sure whenever there is a statement based question, we will check the correct and incorrect option. Sometimes the mistakes that I have done in the earlier question happens. Like I answer the incorrect one, but the question was asking correct. So do make sure this is a minor mistake which happens. Chalo, so deglobalization is what? The process of reducing dependency and integration amongst the particular units throughout the world is known as deglobalization. And the protectionism result is in the trade price rise and the necessity for provision of subsidy for protected industries. Some jobs in this industry may be saved, but some other will be lost. And the protectionism measures we have in the three form, that is tariff barrier, import quota and non-tariff barrier. Start with the first question of today's session, that is talking about what is the key difference between GNI and GDP? Which of the following is the key difference between gross national income and the gross domestic product? Which of the following is actually the difference between GNI and GDP? So first is saying GNI includes income earned by foreign residents while GDP does not. Second is saying GNI include taxes and subsidies while GDP does not. Third, GDP includes income earned by foreign resident while GNI does not. And the fourth, GDP include depreciation while GNI does not. So what do you think? Which of the following is actually a kind of difference between GNI and GDP? So GNI is the gross national income of the country, and the GDP is simply the manufacturing of all the goods and services produced within the country, the money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. That is known as your GDP. So the first is saying GNI includes earned income from foreign resident. No. Why our national income will include the foreign nationals' income? Second is saying GNI includes taxes and subsidies while GDP does not. It also includes. GDP includes income earned by foreign resident while the GNI does not. This is true. The C option is true. Why? Because if we talk about the GDP, it covers the all money value of products produced within the country within a geographical boundary. That's why it will be covered under the GDP but not in GNI. So right answer is C. So simply the gross domestic product is the money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country, and the gross national income is simply the GDP at market price, taxes minus subsidy on production and imports, then compensation of the employees that have been given, and the property income, all will be counted under the gross national income. Next we have what is the underlying principle of the four-tiered regulatory framework for urban cooperative banks. Which of the following is underlying principle of the four-tiered regulatory framework for the urban cooperative banks? A, B, C or D? Size of deposit of the banks, NPA of the respective banks, geography of the respective banks and demography of the respective banks. A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? Okay, the right answer will be your geography of the respective banks if we talk about the urban cooperative bank. So, right answer will be C. Now, for this purpose, if we talk about the committee that have been headed by Mr. N.S. Viswanathan was created. So, the recommendation of the expert committee on revised regulatory framework for urban cooperative bank that have been given to us, it was headed by Mr. N.S. Viswanathan. He was the deputy governor of RBI at that time. So, the certain limits have been given here. So, it has been said that the minimum net worth of 2 crores for tier 1 urban cooperative bank operating in single district, then 5 crore for all the urban cooperative bank. This condition have been given. Second, the minimum CRAR for tier 1 banks, it is at 9% have to be maintained. For tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 4 urban cooperative bank, minimum CRAR has been revised to 12%. Okay, then urban cooperative bank, all tiers, they are now required to assign risk weightage on the housing loan on the basis of their loan to value ratio. Okay, then revaluation reserves will be considered for inclusion in tier 1 capital subject to applicable discounts on the lines of your scheduled commercial bank. So, all these are the gist of your recommendation given by the expert committee. Next, we have the recommendation of Tarapur committee was kept on hold after East Asian crisis. It was related to which topic? Your current account convertibility, your LPG reforms, your capital account convertibility, or all of the above. Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Okay, so right answer will be your C. Very good. Capital account convertibility. So remember, the Tarapur committee have given the recommendation for the capital account convertibility. The same committee have given us the recommendation regarding the FARA to FAMA changes of legislation. So right answer is C. And now you can see here the capital account convertibility. The SS Tarapur committee were largely kept on hold during 1997 Southeast Asian currency crisis. Next, arrange the step of venture capital financing. So, venture capital funds, we know what are venture capital. They simply collect money from various investors, then they invest their money in startups, in unproven companies. In the new companies, they invest the money of individuals. So, they actually collect the money like the mutual fund does, but they only invest in startup companies, in the unproven companies. They have a high risk and high return chances investment. Okay, so first is screening, exit plan, evaluation, deal origination, deal negotiation, post-investment activity, etc. So, the very easy way to find out the right sequence of the venture capital financing process, you can see. Obviously, the last plan will be the exit plan. The last step will be the exit plan. There are total 6 steps. So, the second step will come at the 6th number. So, you can see here, the first will be eliminated. Now, it can be any of the below B, C and D option. Now, this is the last sequence we have calculated. Now, the first one, let's calculate. The screening, no, you have to do something screening. No? Evaluation, deal negotiation, post-investment activity, no. So, the first step will be your deal origination. है ना. So what you will screen, what you will evaluate, the post investment process, है ना, the deal negotiation. Before all of these you have to have a deal na, and the deal will come from the deal origination. So fourth will be first, and the fourth is first in the B option. So fourth, first, third, fifth, sixth and 2. So first you have to do the deal origination, then you will go for the screening purpose, है ना, then you will evaluate it, then you will go for the deal negotiation and post investment activity, and the last you can exit the plan. Okay, so 4, 1, 3, 5, 6, 2. Okay, this is the right sequence. The B option is correct. The B option will be correct. Okay, B option. So it's easy to find out like this. If you are not, let's say you do not know the steps, you do not know, or do you at that time you are not able to remember that particular steps. So just try to find out the first one and the next one, first one or the last one. Somehow we will be able to eliminate one or two options and it's easy to get the right answer. So deal origination, screening, evaluation, deal negotiation, post investment and exit plan. This is the process. Now, which one of the following statement about credit rating agencies is incorrect? Which one of the following statement about the credit rating agencies is incorrect? Venture capital was introduced by the Bhatt Committee, correct, 1973. The statement regarding credit rating agencies is incorrect. So credit rating agencies are those agencies which provide rating to the companies and the corporates and the countries on the basis of their credit history. Okay, when it comes to the credit rating agencies, they are regulated by SEBI. Who regulate them? SEBI regulates them. And in case of credit rating agencies, they provide alphanumeric ratings, and they can also add the certain symbol, plus minus symbols can also be there. So first is saying a credit rating agency is a private company that looks at the credit worthiness of a large scale borrower, such as a company or a country. Second, credit rating agencies don't rate individual consumers. Then the commercial papers and municipal bonds are not rated by a credit rating agency, and none of the above. Let me know which of the following will be correct. A, B, C or D? None? No. Answer will be C. The commercial papers, municipal bonds are not rated by credit rating agencies. They are rated by them. So right answer will be C. It is incorrect. So when we talk about credit rating agencies, a credit rating agency is a private company that looks at the credit worthiness of large scale borrower, such as the company or country. It effectively ranks the borrowers on their ability to pay off their loan. A credit rating agency, also called as a rating service, is a company that assigns credit rating, which assesses a debtor's ability to pay back the debt by making timely payments of interest and repayment of principal and the likelihood of default. An agency may rate the credit worthiness of issuers of debt obligation, of debt instrument, and in some cases of the services of the underlying debt, but not of the individual consumers. Okay, so the debt instrument rated by credit rating agencies may include what? The corporate bonds, certificate of deposit, commercial paper, municipal bonds, preferred stock, debenture, collateralized securities, mortgage-based securities, collateralized debt obligation. All of these will be covered under the rating for the debt instruments. All these debt instruments get rating from the credit rating agency. Clear? Do remember this also. Next, consider the following statement about the merchant banking and choose the correct statement. The statement about merchant banking, and find the correct statement here. Merchant bank primarily involves providing financial advice and services to large corporate and wealthy individual. Second, merchant banks do not provide regular banking services to the general public. Which of the following statement is correct about the merchant banking? A, B, C or D? Not only AAA, till BBB it is a good rating. है ना. Till triple B, it's an investment grade rating. But below triple B, it will be a rating that will have a chances of default more. Okay, right answer will be both are correct, 1 and 2. Right answer is C. Both are correct, that is 1 and 2. So merchant banks are actually regulated by SEBI. Sorry, merchant banking primarily involves you providing financial advice and services to the large corporate and wealthy individual. So merchant banks do not provide regular banking services to the general public. And the notification of Ministry of Finance says that any person who is engaged in the business of issue management means the person who helps in the issuing of shares and debentures, etc. That will be by making arrangement regarding selling, buying or subscribing to the securities as a manager, consultant, advisor or rendering corporate advisory service in relation to such issue management. If any person is engaged with any of these activities or providing all of these activity services, that will be known as your merchant banking. Okay, regulated by SEBI and the self-regulating organization is MFI. Now, which of the following comes under the shadow banking? Which of the following comes under the shadow banking? So shadow banking is a type of banking that we can say they are not bank by themselves, but they act like a bank. Like not act like a bank, they provide services like a bank. That's why they are known as shadow banking. So is it money market, credit investment funds, hedge funds, etc.? Finance company accepting deposit or deposit like funding? Which of the following is correct? We are talking about shadow banking. So they are not bank, but they provide services like a bank. A, B, C or D? So shadow banking will be all of them. The money market fund, the credit investment funds, hedge funds and finance companies accepting deposit. So right answer will be D, 1, 2, 3. All are the part. And see here, the shadow banking comprises entity which conduct financial intermediation directly, such as the finance company or NBFC. The entities which provide finance to such entities like a mutual fund globally. Shadow banking entities could be covered under broad heads of money market funds. Second, the credit investment funds, hedge funds. Third, the finance companies accepting deposit or deposit like funding. Then securities brokers dependent on wholesale funding. Then credit insurers, financial guarantee providers. Then securitization vehicles. They all will be the part of your money market funds, and all these are the part of your what? They all are the part of shadow banks. So do remember there are 6 categories that globally as defined as a shadow banking services. Or we can say they all services are kind of a service which we can call to the shadow banking. Now the dash is an option that gives the buyer to buy the option right to buy the underlying assets at the strike price. Strike price means predetermined price on or before the expiry date. Expiry date means the future date on which the contract will be completed. So buy option we are providing, and whenever we use the buy option, it's what? It's a call, it's a put, it's an option, open or none. Which of the following is correct? Obviously, it's a call option. In case of buy rights we have, it's a call. In case of sell, it will be a put. Okay, so right answer is A. Not B, it's a A option. It's a A. So a call option gives the holder the right to buy but not the obligation. Option gives the right to buy or sell but not the obligation. It depends on the party. If party is ready to purchase, then they can go or buy or sell. If they do not want, they can legally come out of the option contracts. With the first question is talking about here of your REITs. Which of the following is not correct about the REITs? So REITs is what? First is saying it stands for Real Estate Investment Trust. They manage these assets to generate a regular income and capital depreciation. The listed REITs are focused mainly on office space. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct about the REITs? Real Estate Investment Trust. All okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much for confirming. Chalo, let's continue. Now let me know the answer here. Which of the following statement is not correct about the REITs, Real Estate Investment Trust? The not correct statement. So, Real Estate Investment Trust is like a mutual fund. They collect money from the investor and invest the investor's money in your real estate market. Okay. Whatever amount they raise from the market, around 80% of that money, they have to invest in the completed project or income generating projects. D and C, two options are coming. Both are wrong. The right answer is B. B is not true. The right answer is B. B is not true here. They manage these assets to generate a regular income and capital depreciation. Why the Real Estate Investment Trust want to take the depreciation? Why they will want to take the depreciation? It should not be depreciation. It should be appreciation. Okay, why they will be working for a loss here? So right answer will be B is not true or B is not correct. All the other are correct. So right answer will be your B. Okay, C is totally correct. It is listed REITs are focused mainly on office space. This is true. Okay, so you can see here. First of all, REITs are investment vehicles that pool investors' money like mutual funds and use them to buy a portfolio of real estate assets. They manage these assets to generate a regular income and capital appreciation here. Apart from that, in order to ensure that the REIT is able to generate income, 80% of the portfolio of REIT should be invested in completed and rent generating properties. Okay, 80% amount. Then REITs can invest all of its kind money in income generating properties such as the residence, offices, hotels, mall, warehouses, etc. In India, the listed REITs are focused mainly on the office space. Okay, so the right answer was B, because it will be done for capital appreciation, not for depreciation. Now, second question is there, which is asking which of the following statement is true with respect to the annual financial statement. Which statement here is true in respect to the annual financial statement? Now, first is saying the budget document relates to the receipts and expenditure of the next 5 years of the government. Second, the annual financial statement runs for a financial year from 1st March to 28th of February. So, what do you think? Which of the following will be the correct statement here? So, if we talk about annual financial statement, it is actually a budget of ours, है ना? So, it will be created for 1 year, not for 5 years. And that annual financial statement will be created for the financial year 1st April to 31st of March. That's why neither one nor second is true. Right answer is D. Very good. Both are incorrect. Okay, both are incorrect. In the first statement, it should be 1 year, not 5 years. In second statement, it should be from 1st April to 31st of March. Clear? So, you can see the budget is actually your fiscal policy. It is the government. It is of the government spending and tax policy in response to and or to influence macroeconomic condition like aggregate demand, inflation, employment level and boost the economy. Now, objective of fiscal policy, if we talk about, fiscal policy in India have two objectives. First is primary objective, promote economic growth. Second, maintain the price stability in the economy. Second, additional objective, mobilizing resources, promoting allocative efficiency, reducing inequality in income and wealth, then promoting private sector investments. All are these the objective of fiscal policy in India. Hana, all of these are what? Objectives. So, annual financial statement is the budget of our country. In constitution, budget word have not been written anywhere. Every time the budget will be represented as an annual financial statement in the constitution. Okay. Now, next question. Which of the following statement is true for the capital market? the statement is true for the capital market? Which of the following statement is true for the capital market? First is saying the primary market deals with trade of new issues of stock and other securities. Second, secondary market deals with the exchange of existing or previously issued security. Third, both, or fourth, none of the above. So we have discussed that the capital market actually trade with the primary and secondary market. In primary, the primary market is also known as a fresh issue market. The secondary market is also known as a market of existing securities. It means both the statements are correct. Very good. Everyone is going with the C option. Correct. Right answer is C. Hana, do remember, primary is also known as your fresh issue market. Secondary also known as a market of existing securities. Now, primary market is public issue market, then the private placement market. Secondary market, we have auction market and dealers market. These are the way by which the shares can be issued in the, or securities can be issued in the primary and secondary market. Now, zero hunger is related to which of the following sustainable development goal? So, it is SDG 1, SDG 5, SDG 4, SDG 2. Also, let me know the climate action is which sustainable development goals? So, sustainable development goals are your, not only IPO, FPO is also primary. The primary does not means only first time. Primary means whatever share the company is issuing, whether it is for first time, it is for 10th time, it is for 100th time, it is for thousands of times. If the company is issuing share, that will be a primary market. Hana, the primary means fresh issue market, not a first issue market. It's a fresh issue market. Whenever company is issuing fresh shares, fresh securities, it will be primary. So, IPO, FPO, both are in the primary market. Okay? Okay, it is 13th. Climate action is 13th and the zero hunger is what? It is SDG 2. So, SDG 2 is your zero hunger and the climate action is your 13th SDG. Acha. The SDG Sustainable Development Goals, total 17 goals are there, 169 targets are there. It was introduced after the Millennium Development Goals and it actually do what? It actually trying to achieve the 17 goals by 2030, which will make developing as well as developed countries sustainably developed as well as growing economies. So, right answer here is D. So, these are the total 17 goals. Goals are 17, targets are 169, year by which it have to be achieved 2030. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institution, partnership for the goals. These are the 17 goals. Remember the name by the number. Hana, like which number of goal it is. We should remember that. Now, which of the following is not a protectionism measure? Which of the following is not a protectionism measure? Acha, if we talk about the protectionism measure, first let's talk about a little bit about globalization. So, globalization means when we actually be performing, when we actually be doing, let's say for example, when we open economy for the purpose of cross-border transaction of goods and services, do read the option. So, globalization means to link Indian economy with the world economies, and in the globalization, we allow the cross-border transaction of goods and services, of your culture, of your skills, of your knowledge, of your human resource, of your technology, everything. We are allowing the cross-border transaction of everything. That is known as your what? That is your globalization. Now, there are certain countries which somehow face disadvantage because of the globalization. We know globalization have a lot of benefits, lot of advantages, but it also have a disadvantage. So WTO, World Trade Organization, have said, like, if you face or if you feel individually like the globalization actually impacting your nation in the negative sense, it is creating certain disadvantage on your economy, then you can change rules for your economy so that you will work for the interest of your nation. है ना? And then the deglobalization term have been introduced. And deglobalization is what? It's not like we are making Indian economy closed again. Deglobalization means we are reducing the dependency level on the foreign market. We are reducing the linkage with the foreign market in some sector, not in all sector, in some sector. That is deglobalization. And how do we do that? That have been introduced as a protectionist measures, which is tariff barriers, import quotas, non-tariff barriers. So right answer is D. All are the measures. Okay, right answer is D. That is all are the measures. Clear? Chalo, next. So I guess everybody have answered the right. D, everybody have answered right. Okay. You can see if we talk about the protectionism, it takes three main forms: the tariff barrier, the import quotas, the non-tariff barrier. Now, what is deglobalization? It is the process of reducing dependency and integration amongst particular units throughout the world is known as your deglobalization. And why we are doing that? To protect national interest. To protect your nation's interest, you are doing this. Okay, you are doing the deglobalization. Now, the Credit Information Companies Regulation Act was constituted in the year. So, CIC Act was constituted in which year? 1995, 2005, 2015 or 1998? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? Okay, so right answer we have is very good, correct. That is 2005, not 15, 2005. Credit information companies are those companies which provide credit score to the individuals as well as to the corporates. है ना? They are providing credit score to us as well as to the companies, to the commercial units. Okay. And if we talk about, they provide a score in 3 digits from 300 to 900 and they are regulated by RBI. So you can see the Credit Information Companies Regulation Act 2005 is there, an act to provide for regulation of credit information companies and to facilitate efficient distribution of credit and for matter connected therewith or incidental thereto. Clear? So that's why the CIC Regulation Act was introduced in 2005. Next, which among the following is correct regarding the terms and conditions to be followed by banks while acting as agent of mutual fund companies? If any bank wants to act as a agent of mutual fund company, which of the following terms and conditions are correct about it? First, banks should only act as an agent of the customer, forwarding the investor's application for the purchase sale of mutual funds unit or to the mutual funds registrars, transfer agents. The purchase of unit should be at the customer risk and without the bank guaranteeing any assured return. Then the bank should acquire units of mutual fund from the secondary market. Third, the bank is permitted to buy back the units of mutual fund from the customer, and all of the above. Do read it very carefully. So it's very obvious, whenever bank is providing the third party product, bank do not do the risk participation. In the third party product, bank do not participate in the risk participation. Okay, do remember that. And that's what the first statement is saying. Acha, bank can participate in the risk only if bank have established an individual subsidiary or a joint venture to perform the third party product function. But when bank itself doing this activity, bank will never be a party who is actually entering in the risk participation of any product, any third party product, okay, whether it's insurance, mutual fund, something. So this is true. It should be bank should not acquire, okay, the bank is not permitted. The both are wrong. It should be not. So right answer is A. Okay, right answer we have is A. Clear? Chalo, next. So you can see here, furthermore, banks can act as an agent of mutual fund company, but what they have to follow, this is the first statement. Second, bank should not acquire unit, bank should not buy back. If a bank proposes to extend any credit facility to individual against security of units of mutual fund, sanction of such facility should be according to the RBI's instructions. Then bank holding custody of mutual fund unit on behalf of their customers should ensure that their own investment and investment made by or belonging to their customer are kept different from each other. Your own investment and your customer's investment, they should have kept individually. Bank should put in place adequate and effective control mechanism in this regard. Besides, with a view to ensure better control, retailing of units, mutual fund may be confined to certain select branches of a bank. Then, banks are not allowed to undertake mutual fund business with risk participation except through a subsidiary, joint venture set up for the purpose. Clear? So, these are the conditions that the bank have to follow when bank is going for a company working as a mutual fund company's agent. Okay. Now, the key feature of open-ended funds. The key feature of open-ended fund. A, B, C or D? The key feature of open-ended fund is, so open-ended fund, as the name suggests, it do not have any maturity period. So right answer, very good. It is liquidity, flexible and repurchase option will be available. Right answer is D. Okay, so when we talk about mutual funds are divided on these three category basis: organizational structure of funds, management of portfolio, investment objective. So on the basis of first type of classification, we have open-ended, close-ended and interval funds. Okay, so first, open-ended fund or scheme is the one that is available for subscription and repurchase on a continuous basis. These schemes do not have a fixed maturity period and investor can conveniently buy and sell units at a net asset value per unit, which is declared on a daily basis. Okay, so the key feature of your open-ended fund is liquidity. So it gives a repurchase option, it is flexible and it have a liquidity. Next, under the topic of classification of mutual fund by management of portfolio, the expenses in active fund is dash than the case of passive fund. So the second classification of mutual funds have been done on the basis of management of portfolio. So as per the management of portfolio, there are two types of mutual funds, active fund and passive fund. So here is asking the expense in active fund is dash than in the case of passive fund. Lower, higher, depends on maturity, none of the above. Lower, higher, depends on maturity, and the fourth one is saying none of the above. The right answer will be your, very good, it is higher. It should be what? It should be higher. It is more than, or you can say it is higher. Right answer is B. So you can see on the basis of your management of portfolio, we have active and we have passive fund. An actively managed fund is a fund in which the fund team makes a deliberate decision about how to invest the fund's money based on the perception of fund's team management of the fund. Second, supporters of actively managed funds point to the fact that active funds make it possible to be in the market index, and the expense in active funds, however, is higher than in case of your passive fund because they are active, they are keep doing a study on the market and then investing the funds. Now, as per World Bank, as per World Bank estimate, climate change is likely to lower India's GDP dash by 2050. And as we can see, the climate change is real, right? We can easily see this now. So earlier we used to only read it in the books, like when the climate change happened, this will happen and that will happen. And all this and that started happening in the economy. Not only in India, in the world we can see the impact of climate change. And the World Bank said that India have to face lower GDP because of your, because of your climate change. Every year it should be 2.8% per year. It's not like overall 2.8% per year this decline will be seen in the GDP of Indian economy by 2050 as per World Bank study. Okay. So this is the study of your World Bank in context to your climate change impact. So let's start with the first question, that is talking about the different concepts. The question is asking that you have to find out the correct option in relation to the topic, other steps taken for liberalization of financial sector. Liberalization simply means to liberal the rules, regulations and restrictions. That's what the liberalization actually means. And we have to answer here, what are the other steps have been taken for the liberalization of your financial sector. The first is saying here, establishment of 3 credit rating agencies, the CRISIL. Okay, first is CRISIL, second is ICRA and third is CARE. Second statement is saying here that foreign institutional investors were permitted to invest in India in 1992 under the portfolio investment scheme. Third statement is saying in the post 1990 period, a notable development in the area of money market operation was the emergence of a specialized institution, which is namely primary dealers, money market mutual funds. So which of the following statement is the right about the other steps taken for the liberalization of your financial sector? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? Okay, I got the first answer, that is B. Second and third is correct. Okay. Oh, no. Second and third is correct, first is incorrect. Okay. What about others? Let me know what about others. Which option is correct here? So it is true that the 3 credit rating agencies were introduced, CRISIL, ICRA and CARE. The second is also true that what we have done, the foreign institutional investors got the permission to invest in the India in 1992. The third one is also correct that the post 1990 period notable development in the area of your money market operations was emergence of a specialized institution, namely your primary dealers, your money market mutual funds. So right answer is your all of the statements are correct. It means C option. Right answer is C. All the statements are correct here regarding your steps taken for liberalization of the financial sector. Okay, so the right answer we have is C option, all are correct. Now the second question we have about the match the following. And match the following question is talking about your merger of nationalized banks in 2019 and 2020. So the question on the merger of banks is there, that is asking about the link you have to match which year what particular banks merger have created what particular bank. Okay, so in match the following question and filling the blanks question, always try to use the elimination method. With the one elimination method, you can get the answer of the question immediately. Might be you do not have to go for the other columns to check. So the merger we are talking about, first is saying Bank of Baroda, Dena Bank, Vijaya Bank. After the merger of all the 3 banks, this merger happened in 2019. Union Bank, Andhra Bank, Corporation Bank merged in 2020. Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank merged in 2020. Indian Bank, Allahabad Bank merged in 2020. Okay, and you can see the same combination is written here. With the merger of Bank of Baroda, Dena Bank, Vijaya Bank, the Bank of Baroda was created. Then Union Andhra Corporation created Union. Then Canara Syndicate created Canara. Then Indian and Allahabad created the Indian Bank. So A, B, C, D, the same sequence is there. So right answer will be A. Okay, very good. This question on the merger of banks have been asked in 2023 October paper. So do remember the mergers. Also, one more bank was there which have been merged, created by the merger of two other banks with that particular bank is Punjab National Bank, Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank of India. All the three have been merged and created PNB. Okay. So you can see these are the mergers. Only the first one happened in 2019 and the rest were happened in 2020. Okay. Now, if we talk about all of these, after these merger, we have only 11 nationalized banks in India. So the first nationalization happened in 1969. The 14 banks were nationalized. Then the 6 banks were nationalized in 1980. So we used to have 20 nationalized banks. But after all these merger, what remained? Only 11 banks are remained. And before this 2019, the first merger happened in 1993 when the new Bank of India was merged with Punjab National Bank. That was the first merger of nationalized bank. Okay, after that, after 1993, we have got the merger in 2019, then 2020. Okay, now let's move forward. Next question is talking about which among the following is not a part of your development financial institution function. Not a part of your development financial institutions. First, to develop entrepreneur skills, to finance housing, small scale industries, infrastructure and social utilities, to promote the development of urban areas specifically for boosting revenue, then to allocate resources to high priority sectors. So what do you think, which of the following is not part of your development financial institution? A, B, C or D? Very good. The right answer here is actually your D. To allocate resources to the high priority sectors, that's not true. That's not the function of your development financial institution. So right answer is D. So development financial institutions was established for the purpose of your developing the industries, agriculture, your international trade, etc. And all these are the objectives why we have the development financial institution. Next, the process of nationalization in insurance sector began in which year? So in banking sector, 1969 was the first year when the nationalization of commercial bank happened. And before that, in 1949, RBI's nationalization was done. But now we are talking about nationalization in your insurance sector. In which year it is started? 1954, 1956, 1964 or 1960? A, B, C or D? Okay, very good. When the LIC came at the same time we have done this. So right answer is 1956. Okay, right answer will be what? 1956. Correct, B option. Now, ordinance was issued on 19th of January 1956. Nationalizing life insurance sector and life insurance corporation came into existence in the same year. So LIC absorbed 154 Indian, 16 non-Indian, 75 provident society, 245 Indian foreign insurers. In all these companies have together been merged with whom? It have been merged with the LIC. And that's why LIC, we can say it's the largest insurance company of our country. The same reason is with the SBI also. State Bank of India, why it's the biggest bank of our country? The reason a lot of banks have been merged in SBI. Okay. Now, next question is, the dash note was the first paper currency issued by RBI in January 1938. Within the same year, 10 rupee note, 100 rupee note, 1000 rupee note and 10,000 rupee note were also issued. So, under RBI Act 1934, Section 22, it has said that RBI have a sole right to print all the denomination of currency. RBI have what? RBI have a sole right to print all the denomination of currency except rupee 1. RBI cannot print the rupee 1 note because 1 rupee note and all the coins will be produced by Government of India. Okay, so right answer is correct, that is 5 rupees. Answer is C. The first paper currency RBI have printed was 5 rupee note. Before RBI, there used to be a paper currency act in 1861 in which British Government of India used to produce the paper currency. But now this task have been given to RBI. This is the evolution. So the maximum denomination of currency note that can be printed is 10,000 rupee note. If we want to print more than 10,000 rupee note, in that situation, we have to do the amendment in the RBI Act. Apart from that, RBI have issued 10,000 rupee note 2 times in the economy, but both the times they have been demonetized because people were using this note in the black money transaction. So this is the evolution of currency. The first paper currency was 5 rupee note and the other currencies were issued in the same year. Next. In order to review the insurance sector, what did Malhotra committee recommended with respect to competition? So when it is about insurance sector, always there will be a name of Malhotra committee. When it's about insurance sector, Malhotra committee will be there. First, no company should deal in both LIC general insurance through a single entity. Foreign company may not be allowed to enter the industry in collaboration with a domestic company. Postal life insurance should not be allowed to operate in the rural market. Only one state level life insurance company should be allowed to operate in each state. So, which of the following is recommended by the Malhotra committee? A, B, C or D? First and fourth, C option, very good. The right answer is C. First and fourth is the recommendation of the Malhotra committee. Very good, right answer is C. So, if we talk about Malhotra committee, it have given a lot of suggestions. So, this committee was formed in 1993, headed by the former finance secretary and RBI's governor, that is Mr. R.N. Malhotra. He has given certain specific functions to us, like suggested the structure of the insurance industry to assess the strength and weakness of insurance company, then to make a recommendation for changing the structure of insurance industry, for changing the general policy framework, then make specific suggestions regarding LIC, GIC with a view to improve their functioning, then make recommendation on regulation and supervision of the insurance sector in India. Next, what is the authorized capital of NABFID? The authorized capital of NABFID. That's a very much asked question, I can say, and very important question. In last time paper it have been asked as well. So NABFID is your latest development financial institution established in 2021. And this is the latest development financial institution and the 5th All India financial institution. And it was started with the authorized capital of what? Very good, 1 lakh crore. Right answer is D, 1 lakh crore. If we talk about NABFID, it was set up with the Authorized capital 1 lakh crore. One more important thing. Right now, government hold 100% shares in this bank, but it will be reduced to 26%. It will be reduced to what amount? It will be reduced to 26%. Do remember that, from 100% to 26%. Apart from that, this NAFED is also helping Government of India in the national monetization pipeline. That's an infrastructure project of Government of India. Next, which among the following is a prohibited function of banks? Like which function a bank cannot perform? Which function cannot be performed by the bank? A, B, C or D? Okay, so right answer here will be yours. A. Chalo, very good. A banking company shall buy or sell or barter goods for others? No. This function cannot be performed by a bank for itself or for other party. So right answer is A. It is prohibited. Very good. It's a prohibited function for a bank. And this prohibited function is defined under the section 8 and 9 of Banking Regulation Act, in which it has said no banking company shall directly or indirectly deal in the buying or selling of bartering of goods or engage in any trade. Second, no banking company shall buy or sell or barter goods for others, not for themselves, not for others. No banking company shall hold any immovable property howsoever acquired for more than 7 years from the acquisition thereof. However, it can hold any immovable property required for its own use. Okay. Next. What is the percentage of cash settlement proposed to be made by NARCL? NARCL is a bad bank that was introduced to purchase the NPA from a bank and make the bank's balance sheet clean. And now let me know, when the NARCL purchased the NPA of a bank from banks, how much amount of money will be settled in form of cash? Is it 5%, 10%, 15%, 25%? Very good. 15% in cash, 85% in security receipts. These security receipts will have guarantee from Government of India for 5 years. The central government will give guarantee on this security receipts to the banks, and it will be available for 5 years, and the amount will be 30,600 crore. This amount will be got guarantee of central government for the period of 5 years, and 85% security receipts will be issued, and the cash settlement will be 15% only. So right answer is C. Okay. So do remember the other detail also, that is the cash settlement will be 15, 85% will be the security receipts. The central government will give the guarantee to the security receipt of 30,600 crore, and for the period of 5 years only. Okay, all these information should remember. NARCL, NABFID, these two are latest reform in the banking sector, and they have been asked many times. Now, which among the following statements are true with respect to the e-insurance account? This is also an important concept. In May and October, both times this question have been from this topic have been asked, your e-insurance account. So do remember, you read them as well. Now, EIA stand for e-insurance account or electronic insurance account, which maintains the insurance policy document of policyholder in electronic form. Second, this e-insurance account facilitates the policyholder by providing access to the insurance portfolio at a click of button through internet. Third, a policyholder can open an e-insurance account with any of the 5 repositories approved by IRDA as mentioned above. One cannot open multiple accounts as IRDA allows just one e-insurance account per person. So which of the following is true? A very important topic it is. And I got one answer. Achha, everyone is going with the D. I got 3 answers and all the 3 are saying D. What about rest? Okay, everyone is going with the D option and that's true. All are correct. All the statement about e-insurance account is correct. Do remember, you read it very carefully. It's a topic from your unit number 26, e-insurance account, and this is the total amount of content you have in the e-insurance account. And definitely one question will be from here. So do read it very properly. Start with the first question that is talking about the term reinsurance. Another question is all about what? Reinsurance. So the first question is saying reinsurance involves, achha, you have to answer what? The incorrect statement about the reinsurance. Okay. So first is saying that the reinsurance involves transferring some portion of risk by insurers to the reinsurers, enabling the insurer company to focus on their core business. Second, the Indian experience with reinsurance can be assessed with respect to the nationalization of general insurance sector as well as the liberalization of insurance sector. Third, the presence of reinsurers also describe volatility for the insurers. So which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Good evening everyone. Let me know the answer of this question. Which statement is incorrect about the reinsurance? So reinsurance simply means the same, that the insurance companies are going to get the insurance on their risk, that is known as reinsurance. A, B, C or D? Which of the following is the incorrect statement about the reinsurance? A, B, C or D? Right answer will be D, none of the above, because all the statements here given about reinsurance is right. They are true. So right answer will be D, none of the above. You can see here the reinsurance involves transferring some portion of risk by insurers to the reinsurers, enabling the insurance companies to focus on their core business. Okay. This works as a capacity enhancer as the reinsurers offer risk coverage and technical services. So the presence of reinsurers also decreases the volatility for the insurers. Okay. So the Indian experience with reinsurance can be assessed with the respect to the nationalization of the general insurance sector as well as the liberalization of the insurance sector. With the General Insurance Business Nationalization Act 1972, the general insurance sector was nationalized. So subsequently, the General Insurance Company Corporation was incorporated here. Okay, next. Which among the following is not a pension fund manager authorized by PFRDA to manage all subscriber funds at the option of the subscriber? Which among the following is not a pension fund manager authorized? The IDBI pension fund, SBI pension fund, HDFC pension fund or LIC. Out of these, which one is not the authorized one? A, B, C or D? And the right answer, actually IDBI pension fund is not the authorized one by the PFRDA. So right answer is your A option. Okay, you can see the pension fund registered under NPS, National Pension Scheme, the pension fund for government, SBI, LIC, UTI, the pension fund for other than government sector, SBI, LIC, UTI, HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, Aditya Birla. All are the pension fund managers whom the PFRDA have allowed to work as a pension fund manager, but not the IDBI. Okay. Now, next question is talking about the feature of national pension schemes are. Out of these, what are the features of national pension scheme? First, it is a social security initiative by the central government. Second, NPS scheme also holds immense value for anyone who works in the private sector and requires a regular pension after retirement. Then under NPS, a unique permanent account number, retirement account number is generated and maintained by the central record keeping agency for individual subscriber or the all of the above. So out of these, you have to answer which are the feature of your national pension scheme. The features of national pension scheme is okay. So right answer is actually all of the above. All of these are the features of your national pension scheme. So right answer is D. That is all of the above. Okay. You can see here the national pension scheme is a social security initiative by central government. The pension program is open to employees from the public, private, even the unorganized sector. Employees of armed forces are, however, excluded out of this scheme. Everybody will be covered, but the employees of the armed forces are excluded from your NPS scheme, national pension scheme. Okay. Next, what is or are the role of AMFI under the head of supervision of mutual funds? So AMFI is what? Association of Mutual Fund of India. It is a self-regulating organization for the mutual fund sector. So the question is asking which of the following are the role of AMFI under the head of supervision of mutual funds. Out of these, which are the roles? First, to promote best business practices and code of conduct in all areas of operation of the mutual fund. Second, to develop a well-trained agent distributors network for the mutual fund industry. Third, to interact with the SEBI for betterment of the mutual fund industry. A, B, C or D? Which of the following are the role of AMFI? Okay, so right answer will be all. All are the roles that the AMFI perform to make the mutual fund business good for us. So right answer is D. All are correct. Next, you can see, so mutual funds are mainly professional managers who have the knowledge of the market. They collect funds from various investors and invest that fund in the diversified sector in the multiple sector to minimize the risk, right? So AMFI was incorporated in 1995 as a non-profit organization, and these are the objectives of AMFI. Do remember, AMFI is your Association of Mutual Fund of India, and it actually does what? It actually is a self-regulating organization of mutual fund. Okay, these are the objectives. Now, the total expenses of counsel for insurance ombudsman are borne by. So we know, like in the banking sector, we have a integrated ombudsman scheme now. Similarly, we also have an insurance ombudsman scheme. So out of these, who actually bear the expenses? LIC, General Insurance Corporation, none of the above or both of them? Who bear the expenses here? Okay, so the answer for this question again will be D, both the LIC as well as JAIC. Both are actually borne the expenses of the counsel for the insurance ombudsman. Okay, so right answer will be D, both of them. You can see here, the insurance ombudsman is provided with the secretariat staff by the IRDA as may be determined by the council for insurance ombudsman. Now, the total expenses for running the institution are borne by LIC and the JIC in such proportion as the council for insurance ombudsman may, by a general or a special order, specify from time to time. Okay. Now, next. Who describes the phrase Hindu rate of growth to describe the slow rate of growth of Indian economy? So Hindu rate of growth simply means the slow rate of growth. Who has given this term to us? Dadabhai Naroji, Professor V.K. R.B. Rao, Mr. P.C. Mahalanobis, Professor Raj Krishna. Who has given us this particular term, Hindu rate of growth? And Hindu rate of growth used to be like average growth rate of economy, like 3 to 3.5% growth rate of economy used to be known as a Hindu rate of growth. And the right answer here is again D. Professor Raj Krishna have given this term Hindu rate of growth to us, which used to represent the slow growth of Indian economy. Okay, so you can see here India's growth rate was slow during the first 3 decades after independence. In 1978, Professor Raj Krishna coined the term Hindu rate of growth to describe the slow growth of Indian economy. The term refers to India's planned economy's low annual growth rate, which hovered around 3.5% from 1950s to 1980s, while the per capita income growth averaged to 1.3%. So this slow rate of growth of Indian economy have been named as what? As the Hindu rate of growth by Professor Raj Krishna. Okay, do remember the name. Next. Dash is an option that gives the buyer of the option the right to buy underlying assets at the strike price on or before the expiry date. Strike price means predetermined price. Okay, and there are 2 types of option. One is call option and one is put option. This is the derivative. And an option is a derivative and it have 2 options, call and put. Right, in call option and put option, we have a right to buy or sell, but not the obligation. If you want, you can buy, you can sell, but nobody can put an obligation on you. Okay, so let me know which of the following is correct. In call option, like why we call somebody? Because we need something. So when we have a work, we call somebody and we sell something, that will be a put. So right answer here is A. Because you are giving a right to buy on the underlying assets. So right to buy is a call and right to sell is a put. So right answer is A. Okay, you can see call is an option that gives the buyer of the option the right to buy the underlying asset at the strike price on or before the expiry, or you can write it of the option gives the right but not the obligation. You have a right. If you want, you can purchase. If you do not want, nobody can obligate it to you. Now, the put option is similar, but it is simply to sell the underlying assets. Okay. Next. Atal Pension Yojana. So Atal Pension Yojana is a pension scheme launched by Government of India in 2015 from Kolkata, which is focused on dash. So Atal Pension Yojana is focused, use the elimination method. Atal Pension Yojana focus on unorganized or organized sector workers. So we have 2 options, either it can be organized, either it can be unorganized. So it actually work for the unorganized. Okay, it is focused on the unorganized sector workers. Under the Atal Pension Yojana, dash guaranteed pension of 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5 per month will be there. Maximum or minimum? So we have eliminated B and C. Now we have A and B. Out of this maximum or minimum we are talking about, it's minimum 1,000, no? Then 2, 3, it can be increased. So right answer is C. And the person per month start getting the pension from attaining the age of what? Age of 60 years. So right answer is C. Right answer is C. So Atal Pension Yojana was introduced to provide the pension benefit to the unorganized sector of the country. So you can see it is the scheme launched by Government of India in 2015. It is for the unorganized sector worker. This is the minimum guaranteed pension of 1,000 till 5,000 per month. Age will be 60 years. And the pension amount depends on your contribution amount and contribution age. Okay, at which age you are starting contribution. Next, Which among the following are included in the motor insurance policy? Which of the following included in the motor insurance policy? First, fire, explosion, self-injury, lightning, burglary, housebreaking, theft, riot, under influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, accident taking place beyond geographical limits while vehicle is used for unlawful purposes. A, B, C or D? Included we are asking about in the motor insurance vehicle. So under intoxication of liquor and drug won't be covered, beyond the geographical limit won't be covered, use for unlawful purposes won't be covered. So first, second and third is covered, so right answer will be B. Right answer is B. So these are the cases in which this is the motor insurance inclusion. These all are the cases in which the motor insurance will be accepted. Okay, similarly, we have motor insurance exclusion cases also. Both we have to remember. Now, next we have which of the following has not been put forward by NITI Aayog for the economic development of India. Which of the following have not been put forward by NITI Aayog for the economic development of India? 15-year long-term vision, 3-year short-term action plan, 10 years long-term economic planning, 7 years mid-term strategy. A, B, C or D? So if we talk about NITI Aayog has replaced the Planning Commission. Planning Commission used to have 5-year plans. Right, 5-year plans used to be there. But NITI Aayog have changed its strategy. NITI Aayog have created 15 years vision document. It have created 15-year vision document. Then it created the 7 years national development agenda, in which all the strategies, schemes, program will be decided. Then it introduced the 3 years action plan, which will be evaluating the 7 years national development agenda. So the right answer is C. The 10-year long-term economic planning is not been put forward by the NITI Aayog. So right answer is your C. Okay, NITI Aayog actually established on 1st of January 2015 by Government of India by replacing the Planning Commission. It's a top policy think tank of Government of India. It offers what? It offers the directional and policy suggestion. It gives relevant technical assistance to the center and state in designing a strategic long-term policy and program for the Government of India. Okay, so the first question of today's session is talking about your hire purchase. The first question is talking about the hire purchase. So first of all, when we talk about the credit requirement of the country, the maximum need of the country related to the funds are actually fulfilled by the traditional banking, like the commercial bank. Around 60% needs is in the country have been fulfilled by the commercial bank of our country. Now, when we talk about the other requirements which are not able to be fulfilled by the commercial bank, for them there are alternate source of finance. The other ways are there by which they can get the capital, they can raise the fund, and those alternate source of finance is one of them is hire purchase, your venture capital, your angel investor, your peer-to-peer lending, your crowdfunding, your factoring, forfeiting, etc. All these are the alternate source of finance by which we raise the capital for the other reasons. So if a question is asking about which of the following is the correct statement with respect to the hire purchase. The first statement is saying in a hire purchase arrangement, the seller gets possession of the assets immediately. Second is saying the ownership is transferred before the completion of all periodic payments. Third is saying hire purchase a form of financing with deferred ownership. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? sorry, which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? So hire purchase is simply in which first you give a certain amount of down payment, and that particular down payment will be a kind of amount that you give to hire the product, है ना? And the rest of the money will be paid by us in a certain number of installments, okay? And we will get the possession at the time of when we pay the down payment, but the ownership will be transferred on our names only when all the installments have been paid. Okay, so possession will be given immediately. So first statement is saying possession of the assets will be get immediately, but it is saying possession will be given to the seller. No, it should be given to the buyer. The person who is purchasing the asset, obviously he should get the possession. So first is wrong. Second is saying ownership is transferred before the completion of periodic payments. No, when you pay the last installment, then only you get the ownership. It means second is also wrong. Third is saying hire purchase is a form of financing with deferred ownership. It means in installment you are getting the ownership, है ना? The way you keep paying the installment, you will keep getting your ownership. So the third is correct. It means only third. It means B option will be correct. Right answer we have is B option. Okay, so it is talking about your hire purchase. B option is correct. Let's say, for example, after certain installments, let's say there are total 20 installments that you have to pay. But after paying, let's say 5 or 6 installment, you are feeling like you are not capable of making the rest of the installment. है ना? In that situation, you can go to the seller and tell the seller that I am not capable of making the payment of rest of the installments. In that situation, the seller will take the asset back from you and will keep the amount of installments you have already paid as the rent you have used that particular asset for a certain number of months. Okay, this can be done. So legally, you can stop making the payment of installment and return the asset to the seller. Okay, so you can see in case of hire purchase, it is another method of acquiring a capital asset for use without paying its price immediately under hire purchase arrangement. Goods are let on hire. The hirer is allowed to pay the purchase price in installments and enjoy an option to purchase the goods after all the installments have been paid. Okay, so possession will be given immediately, but ownership will be given after all the installments have been paid only. The party who purchased the product is known as hirer. Okay, let's say, for example, if I am purchasing the product, I am the hirer. Okay, and the person who is selling, he can be called as the lender, or he can be called as a hiree or a vendor. Any name you can give to the person who is selling the asset. Now, which among the following is not a correct characteristic of infrastructure financing? Not a correct characteristics of infrastructure financing. A, B, C or D? First is saying shorter maturity, second is saying smaller amounts, third is saying flexible and low but positive returns, and fourth is saying all of the above. A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? If we talk about infrastructure financing, it needs a larger amount of capital and for a longer period of time, है ना? It should be larger maturity, it should be first will be longer maturity, second will be larger amount, and third will be fixed. It will give you the return, it will give you low but positive return, it will not be flexible, it's a fixed. So that's why the right answer is D. All of the above are not correct about the characteristics of financing infrastructure. And if there is no need of having a longer maturity and larger amount of capital, why we have introduced the development financial institution? The same can be given by the commercial bank, but no, commercial bank was not capable of fulfilling our needs. That's why we have introduced the development financial institution, so that they can give the large scale capital for a longer maturity period, right? So right answer is D. And you can see here characteristic of infrastructure. So infrastructure project financing differ in certain ways with the other type of financing. So it needs a longer maturity, larger amount, higher risk is also there, है because the projects goes on for the longer period of time, and return will be positive, but a fixed return will be there. Next, initially the central government will own 100% shares of the institution, which may subsequently be reduced up to 26%. So the above mentioned statement relates to which institution? So the government of India have said recently we are having a 100% shareholding in XYZ institution, but it have to be reduced to 26%. Is it NARCL? Is it NAFID? Is it Development Financial Institution? Is it NPCI? So if we talk about the third option, that is Development Financial Institution, we can directly eliminate it, because not all the development financial institution is going to be in such situation that 100% ownership will be reduced to 26%. So C option can be eliminated. It can be A, B or D. Which of the following is there? In which institution the government will hold the 100% right now, but it will be reduced to 26%. And very good, right answer is B. That is NAFID, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure Development. That's a NAFID. That's the latest development financial institution of our country. And I can say this is the 5th All India financial institution. Okay. Now you can see establishment of NAFID. If we talk about, NAFID will be set up as a corporate body with the authorized capital of 1 lakh crore. The share of NAFID will be held by central government, multilateral institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurers, financial institution, banks and any other institution which is prescribed by the central government. Now, the initially central government will own 100% share of the institution, which may subsequently be reduced up to 26% only. Okay, next. The RBI was conceptualized as per the guidelines, working style and outlook presented by Dash in his book titled The Problem of Rupee, Its Origin and Its Solution, and the recommendation of the 1926 Royal Commission on Indian Currency and Finance, also known as the Hilton-Young Commission. So who wrote this book that talked about the problem of rupee, its origin and its solution? So we know RBI was established on 1st of April 1935, and the Hilton-Young Commission, which is also known as Royal Commission on Indian Currency, have actually recommended it first time in 1926 to establish the central bank of our country, and the RBI Act was introduced in 1934. So then the RBI was established in 1st April 1935. So who wrote this book? Milton Friedman, John B. Taylor, Carl Burner or Dr. B.R. Ambedkar? And the right answer is very good. The answer is D, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Okay, right answer will be D. He wrote this book. So legislation to set up the Reserve Bank of India was first introduced in January 27. Through it was only 7 years later, in March 1934, the enactment became an accomplished fact. And prior to setting up to the RBI, the central banking function were performed by the Imperial Bank of India. Imperial Bank of India was created by the amalgamation of 3 Presidency Bank: Presidency Bank of Bengal, Presidency Bank of Bombay and the Presidency Bank of Madras, right? And the RBI was established on 1st of April 1935 in terms of RBI Act 1934. The RBI was conceptualized as per the guidelines, working style and outlook presented by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in this book. Okay, chalo, next. Next question, we have a microfinance loan is defined as a collateral-free loan, okay, which is given to a household and whose income is actually dash up to what amount? So annual household income should be how much for the microfinance loan? It is 5 lakh, 1 lakh, 2 lakh or 3 lakh. So microfinance loan will be given here, and this microfinance loan will be actually a collateral free loan that will be given to the poor and low income households. है so how much income they should have to be counted as a low and poor income household who are eligible to get the microfinance loan. And very good, it should be up to 3 lakh, है and the household will be husband and wife and their unmarried children. So right answer is D. And definition of household is also important. So microfinance loan is defined as a collateral free loan. It is given to a household having an annual household income up to rupees 3 lakh. For the purpose, the household shall mean an individual family unit, husband, wife and their unmarried children, not a Hindu undivided family, है it should be children that who are unmarried and their parents. Next, there are two statements, statement 1 and 2, about the stages of your pension product. So read the following statement carefully and choose the correct option in relation to the pension product stages. So only there 2 stages are there, है in the pension product we have only 2 stages. First is your vesting stage, second is your accumulation stage. So you have to answer which of the following statement is correct. First statement is saying vesting stages when one pays a specific amount regularly until the person's retirement. Second is accumulation stage. Once the individual retire, he gets a steady flow of income for the rest of his life. A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Which statement is correct here? Okay, and the answer is both the statements are incorrect. Very good, both the statements are incorrect. Actually, their definition have been interchanged. So vesting stage is the stage in which once the individual retire, he will get a steady flow of income for the rest of his life. And accumulation stage is when one pays a specific amount regularly until the person's retirement age. So both have been interchanged. So right answer is D. Yeah, statements interchanged here. So right answer is D. You can see here accumulation stage when one's pay a specific amount regularly until the person's retirement age, and vesting stage is once the individual retire, he gets a steady flow of income for the rest of his life. Okay, so that's why both the statements were wrong. Next question. Read the following statement carefully and choose the correct points in relation to the topic functions of EPFO. Which of the following are the functions of EPFO? That is enforcement of the act across the country. It maintains of individual accounts. It settles the claims. It invests the funds. It ensures the prompt pension payment. It updates the record. Which of the following you think is correct? A, B, C or D? The right answer for the functions of EPFO, Employee Provident Fund Organization, that's what the EPFO is. So which of the following is correct? Okay. Very good. Right answer is D. All are the above are correct points in context to the functions of EPFO. EPFO. So all the statements are correct here in context to the EPFO function. So right answer is your D. Okay, all of the above, and you can see here the enforcement of the act across the country, maintenance of individual account, settlement of claims, investment of funds, ensuring prompt pension payment, updating record. All these functions are performed by the Employee Provident Fund Organization, that is EPFO. Next question. Which among the following are not correct with respect to the topic of fundamentals or principles of governing insurance product? So when we have covered this chapter, I have told you this is a very important chapter. And now you have to answer which of the following is our incorrect or not correct with respect to the topic of your fundamental principles governing the insurance product. The principle of utmost good faith, the principle of uninsurable interest, the principle of indemnity, the principle of subrogation, the principle of contribution, and the principle of proximate cause. Which of the following is correct? These principles of insurance is very important. Definitely one question will be from here. Hana, so do understand them, what actually they means. A, B, C or D. Which of the following is correct? Okay. C. Right. C is correct. So principle of proximate cause is correct here because it's obvious we want to know the exact cause behind a loss. So the principle of proximate cause tells us like what was the actual main reason behind having the certain kind of loss, and accordingly we will be able to get the insurance claim. Principle of contribution, if there are two or more insurance companies are involved, when there are two or more insurance companies are involved, these insurance companies will be actually paying the claim to the the insured, the customer who have taken the insurance, but not individually. Any one of the company can give the insurance claim, and then they will contribute or they will divide the equal amount among each other. That's what the contribution. Subrogation, let's say for example, your customer have faced a certain loss. In that situation, you have to give the insurance claim, but there was no kind of default from the side of your customer, and it was not a mistake. Let's say there is accident happen of one of your customer, and he have faced certain loss in the accident, so you have to give the insurance claim, and you have given that, but it was not a mistake of your customer, it was a mistake of the third party. So the insurance company have the right, it can go and do a case on the third party, but the customer do not have to have any kind of relation with this case, because the customer will get the claim from the insurance company, and the insurance company then can sue the third party because of whom the accident happened, and can take their funds recovery. Now, principle of indemnity, we know it is simply your financial loss will be made good. That's the indemnity. Then utmost good faith, you have to be loyal. Everything, every minor detail you have to tell to the insurance company. Nothing should be hidden from the company when you are going for insurance. Okay, whether it have been hidden intentionally or unintentionally doesn't matter. If it have been found out by the insurance company, your insurance contract or your insurance policy will be void. No claim will be given to you. Whether it was unintentionally doesn't matter. You won't get the insurance claim. So second is wrong. It should be insurable interest, not uninsurable interest. It is saying whatever thing you are taking insurance of, you should have a certain monetary value of that particular product. If whatever insurance you are taking of whatever product or person or whatever, it should have a certain monetary value related to that thing, then only you will be able to get the insurance. So obviously right answer is C. Okay, next. So these are the total principles we have in the insurance. Clear? Which unit? It's unit number insurance product. It's module D. Consider the following statement which are correct in terms of deflation. The statement correct in context to the deflation. Deflation is opposite of inflation. So which of the following is correct about deflation? Okay. First statement is saying that the increase in the prices of goods and services, first statement is saying slowing in the rate of inflation, है ना, that is due to reduction in the money supply or credit. If the inflation is decreasing, that's not a negative inflation. Deflation is actually a negative inflation. When the inflation rate is reducing, it means inflation is reducing, but it's still a positive inflation, है ना? So that's not the right answer. The first is not correct. Second is saying increase in the price of goods and services. It measures as rate of change in the percentage annually. If the prices are increasing, obviously it's an inflation. Slowing of economic growth, simultaneously the condition of high unemployment. It's the worst economic situation. When high inflation and high unemployment is there, that's a stagflation. And that's what we are facing since 2018-19. So this is also not true. And the right answer is fourth, that is decrease in the prices of goods and services. And the right answer will be D. Okay. So negative inflation, or you can say the opposite of inflation, is actually known as the deflation, where first of all the money supply will decrease, because of which the demand of the consumer will decrease, supply will increase, and the prices start decreasing, and that's what is known as the deflation. Now next we have, which of the following best describe raising money through the QIP by a listed company? QIP is what? Qualified institutional placement. QIP is qualified institutional placement. So which of the following best describes raising money through QIP by a listed company? Raising equity from promoters, raising equity from QIP, raising equity from existing shareholder, raising equity from commercial banks, and both B and D. Which of the following is actually correct? QIP, qualified institutional placement. So when the company issues shares, it can have the public issue. Public issue means company have issued the share in the stock market. Anybody can go and purchase the share. That's the public issue. In the private issue, what happens? In private issue, company will issue the share for a certain group of people, which will be predefined. Like we are issuing share for these group of persons. That's a private placement. Third, we have qualified institutional placement, in which company actually issuing shares, and it can be only purchased by the qualified institutional buyers. So it cannot be the promoter, it cannot be existing shareholder, it is the qualified institutional buyer, and the qualified institutional buyer also includes your commercial bank. So right answer is E, both B and D. Right answer is E, both B and D. Commercial banks are actually qualified institutional buyers only. The qualified institutional buyer can be your commercial bank, your primary dealers, your NBFCs, your other banks, or NBFCs. All these will be your participant. So right answer is E. So you can see here, a private placement is an issue of share or convertible security by a company to a select group of persons under Section 81 of your Companies Act 1956. That's a private placement. Now, the qualified institutional placement is a type of private placement of equity share or security convertible into equity by a listed company to only qualified institutional buyers. Okay, only they can purchase it. In terms of your provision of Chapter 13th A of SEBI DIP guidelines. Okay. So do remember, qualified institutional buyers covers your banks, your NBFCs, your primary dealers, your merchant bankers, etc. Those who have a proper expertise of the market. So let's start with the first question that is talking about here, that what is the minimum amount of owned fund that a bank desiring to pursue insurance business with risk participation should have? What? 100 crores, 100, 1,500 crores, 1,000 crore, 5,000 crores. So the minimum amount of owned funds that a bank desiring to pursue insurance business with risk participation should have how much amount of owned fund? 100 crores, 1,500 crores, 1,000 crore, or 5,000 crores. A, B, C, or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C and D. And the right answer actually is 1000 crore if any bank is desiring to pursue the insurance business with the risk participation. So what happens now, generally bank sell the third party products, no doubts, but without taking any risk participation. Bank do not participate in the risk. Bank simply provide third party product to earn the extra money in form of commission. But here bank is saying that bank want to start their own insurance business by the risk taking add-on service that we're talking about. In that situation, bank should have 1000 crores minimum amount of own funds. So right answer is C. Very good. The correct is C. So you can see here, first of all, if we talk about insurance business, it have been said that no bank shall undertake insurance business with risk participation except through a subsidiary, or we can say a joint venture set up for the purpose subject to fulfillment of the eligibility criteria. So no bank can start, or no bank should involve any kind of risk participation from the third party product. Okay, but now it has been said the banks who are actually becoming the part of these services, they have to do that with the help of having subsidiary or the joint venture. So you can see it has a net worth of 1000 crore and its minimum net worth shall not be less than 500 crores after investing in the equity of such company. Okay, so what we're talking about here, net worth of 1000 crore and minimum net worth shall not be less than of 500 crores after investing in the equity of such company. Apart from that, it has the minimum prescribed capital, that is capital conservation buffer, 2.5% of, it is 2.5% of risk weightage asset that have been given under the Basel Accord 3. Then the level of net non-performing asset is not more than 3%. It has made a net profit in the preceding 3 financial year, and the last is track record of the performance of its subsidiary, if any, have to be the satisfactory. If these conditions have been fulfilled, the bank can simply include itself in the third party product sale in insurance business with the risk participation. Next, what is the minimum amount of investment that can be made in real estate investment trust? Minimum amount of investment can be made in the real estate investment trust, REIT. So real estate investment trust is a type of mutual fund in which they collect the money from various investors and then invest that money in the real estate companies, so that the real estate market will get the capital requirement fulfilled. So how much it is? 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 or 50,000? Okay, I got one answer, that is C. What about rest? Okay, so right answer is actually 15,000. The old amount was 50,000 and the new one is 15,000 to make the market more liquid. It means to make cash available more in the market. We have the limit have been decreased from 50,000 to 15,000. So right answer is C. Okay. Now you can see here, to improve the liquidity in the real estate investment trust and bring in more listing, SEBI recently announced that the minimum investment amount in real estate investment trust be brought down to 15,000 with the revised trading lot at only 1 unit. Okay, you can only purchase the 1 unit. The earlier investment amount was 50,000 and the trading lot was 200 units in the secondary market. Okay, so this have to be reduced. Next, which of the following statement about the segments of financial market are incorrect? Question is asking which of the following statement about the segment of financial market are incorrect. First, statement 1 is saying money market deals with the long-term debt instrument and corporate bonds. Second is saying the foreign exchange market facilitates trading of short-term financial assets. Third is saying the bond market primarily involves the trading of equity share of a company. Fourth statement, derivative market is focused on financial contracts of bonds and debentures. So out of these statements on the financial market, which statement is actually here incorrect? So when it comes to the financial market have a lot of segments. Okay, the sum are written in front of us. Like we have a money market, foreign exchange market, bond market, derivative market, which is apart from that, debt market, credit market is there, insurance market is there, and they all, capital market is there. They all are the segments of financial market. And the right answer here is, okay, very good. All are incorrect. Why? Because money market deals with the short-term financial assets. First is wrong. Because second, foreign exchange market deals with the foreign currencies exchange. So second is also wrong. The bond market deals with the fixed maturity period. It's a debt instrument. So it's a part of your fixed maturity period. Fixed rate of interest will be paid to you. And the derivative values always be derived from the other variable. Derivative do not have its own value. Derivative do not have its own value. Its value will always be derived from the other variable that is known as your underlying asset. So all the statements are here incorrect about the financial markets. Okay, so right answer is D. You can see the credit market, money market, debt market, foreign exchange market, derivative market, capital market, insurance market, mutual fund market. They all are the segments of financial market. Okay, next. Which among the following is not a pillar of your national education policy? So to enhance the better education quality or better education system in our country, the government of India have introduced the national education policy. Okay, then what are the 4 pillars of this national education policy out of accessibility, equity, quantity and accountability? Which of the following is not a pillar of national education policy? Also, the national education policy have converted the 10+2 structure into 5+3+3+4. So first 5-year talks about what? The first 5-year talks about the primary stage or preparatory stage, we can say. The first 3 years will be preschool and the next 2 years will be class 1 and 2. This is the 5 years. Class 1 and 2, there will be no examination. The examination will start from the class number 3. So 3, 4, 5 is the second stage. Then next 6th, 7th, 8th is the next third stage, and the 4th stage will be 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So in the first 5 year, preschool and class 1 and 2 will be there. No examination will be there. From second stage, that is a 3-year stage, and the class number 3rd, the examination of the students will start. And in the last stage, that's the 4 years stage, in which 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th will be covered. There will be a semester exam. Now in 1 year, 2 exams they have to give, like a college degree. They have to give semester exam from 9th to 12th. And the right answer is C. It should be, right answer is C. It should be quality, not quantity. It should be quality, not the quantity. So right answer is C. Very good. Now you can see here the national education policy that will replace the 34-year-old national education policy of 1986. The 10+2 structure have been replaced by 5+3+3+4, and the 4 pillars we have: accessibility, equity, quality and the accountability. These are the 4 pillars of our national education policy. Okay, now next. The foreign trade policy 2015-20 targeted to increase India's merchandise and service export to dash by 2019-20. So foreign trade policy actually formulated by Government of India under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, sorry. And the Ministry of Commerce and Industry also have a Foreign Trade Development Regulation Act 1992, in which the Director General Foreign Trade post have been created, and that DGFT actually implement the foreign trade policy in the country. The foreign trade policy talks about the all rules, regulations, restriction, prohibition on the foreign trade of goods and services. Okay, and here the last foreign trade policy was 2015 to 20, which have been extended till 2022 because of the COVID, and now the new policy also launched by government, that is 2022 to 2027. Okay, so the target was very good, to increase the export import of goods and services by $900 billion. So the right answer is A. Very good. Right answer is A. You can see in this policy This policy was introduced on 1st April 2015. The Make in India project and this policy was actually thinking that we should increase the export import of goods and services by $900 billion by the year 2019-20, compared to the $465 billion in 2013-14. That target have been taken. Okay, so it is $900 billion. Next question. Who has been appointed as the chairman of Expert Committee on Revised Regulatory Framework for Urban Cooperative Banks? So out of these four names, who was the chairman of the Expert Committee on Revised Regulatory Framework for Urban Cooperative Banks? Is it Raghuram Rajan, Mr. Raghuram Rajan, Mr. Urjit Patel, Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan, or Mr. Y.B. Reddy? Out of these four, who was the chairman of this committee? A, B, C, or D? A, B, C, or D? The chairman of Expert Committee on the Revised Regulatory Framework for Urban Cooperative Banks. And the right answer is, very good, Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan. Right answer is Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan was the chairman. So right answer we have is C. You can see here the Revised Regulatory Framework for Urban Cooperative Banks. So in July 2022 notified that it has fully partially accepted 11 out of 27 recommendation of the Expert Committee on Revised Regulatory Framework for Urban Cooperative Banks, which was headed by Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan. Okay, so a lot of recommendation he has given. Out of 27, 11 have been accepted. Now next, microfinance institution can be categorized under which of the following? The categories of microfinance institution: not for profit, mutual benefit, for profit, loss. Out of these four, what are the categories of microfinance institutions? The categories of microfinance institution include which of the following? A, B, C, or D? And the right answer is not for profit, mutual benefit, for profit. It means first, second, third. It means B is the right answer. Very good. The fourth one is not the part, but the B is correct. Achha, out of these three, which type of microfinance institution is also known as the NBFC MFI? Out of these, which institution also known as a NBFC microfinance institution which is regulated by RBI? Let me know. Not for profit, mutual benefit, or for profit. Out of these three, which is known as your NBFC MFI? The other name of which of the following three? The right answer is B here. And you can see, first of all, if we talk about not-for-profit microfinance institution, they are societies registered under the Societies Registration Act. Mutual benefit, these include the state and national cooperative and mutually added societies under the Mutually Added Cooperative Society Act. Then we have for-profit, they are known as NBFC MFI, they are regulated by RBI. Okay, these are non-banking financial companies which are registered under the Companies Act and regulated by the RBI. So most of the microfinance in India are through microfinance institution that fall in this category, and they form the largest category of microfinance institution. Okay. Now also remember these category of microfinance institution and self-help group bank linkage model. Model 1, 2 and 3 is the model of self-help group bank linkage. Second, microfinance institution have type not for profit, mutual benefit, for profit, or NBFC MFI. Clear? So these are the types of microfinance institution and self-help group bank linkage program. Remember the both, Hana? They have been asked in the last paper as well. Which among the following are not a part of your sweeping reforms? Not a part of sweeping reforms. First is saying delicensing of import. Second is saying tightening of foreign exchange regulation. Third is saying abolishment of license Raj. Fourth is saying unpacked exchange rate. And you have to answer which of the following is or not a part of sweeping reform. A, B, C or D, not a part of sweeping reform. The second one, it means the right option will be your C, second only, because we have to make it ease, है ना? The regulation should be easy, it should be liberal, not tighten. The right answer is C, that is second option only. All the other are correct. Okay, so these are the sweeping reforms, so steps towards liberalization in other sector. So these are the sweeping reforms were witnessed in the following areas, in which we have said imports should be delicensed, import duties reduced, production licensing done away with, the license Raj abolished, trade policy reform introduced, fiscal policy reform introduced, exchange rate unpacked, foreign exchange regulation relaxed, FDI norms relaxed, and disinvestment of public enterprises have been done. All these are the sweeping reforms which have been introduced to liberalize the other sector in the economy. Okay? Now, which of the following is not the eligibility criteria for retail direct scheme? Again, a very important topic. One question from retail direct scheme can be seen. Retail direct scheme. First is saying PAN card is required to open the account. Second is saying NRI are allowed in the scheme. Third is saying account can be opened individually and jointly. Fourth is saying all are correct. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct in relation to the retail direct scheme? A, B, C or D? And the right answer actually is very good. It is D. All are correct. In the retail direct scheme, all are correct. This scheme was introduced by RBI for us only, for the retail individual investor, so that we can also participate in the government securities transaction and we can become the part of nation building as well. We can become the part of nation building. So how we can become the part of nation building? By investing in the government scheme. If I am investing in the government scheme, I am giving certain amount of money to the government, and that money government will use to develop the economy, to develop the nation. That's why we can become the part of the nation building. So in order to deepen the government security market and enable the retail individual investor to participate in the process of nation building by giving them access to the government security market, RBI launched the retail direct scheme on 12th of November 2021. Okay, so the silent feature of RDS are as under. The securities eligible, if we talk about Government of India's Treasury Bill, Government of India dated security, sovereign gold bonds and state development loans. They are the securities which can be purchased under the retail direct scheme. Next, the scope of a scheme is what? RBI retail direct scheme is comprehensive scheme, and which provide the following facility to the retail investor. First, they can open and maintain a retail direct gilt account. Second, they can access to the primary issuance of government security. Third, they can access to the negotiated dealing system order matching. Okay. Okay, so this is our first question. The SDF question we have already discussed in the last class. Anna, so this is our first question. What is the regulatory process for banks interested in setting up of money market mutual funds in India? A, B, C or D. The SDF wala session we have done yesterday already. Okay, so let's start with the today's session first question. It is talking about money market mutual fund. So you have to answer the regulatory process for the same. A, B, C or D. Which of the following will be correct? A, B, C or D? Okay. So the question is asking about the regulatory process, like how the banks will be able to perform as a money market mutual fund? First is saying they must first seek clearance from SEBI before approaching RBI for registration. Second, they must first seek clearance from RBI before approaching SEBI for the registration. Third, they must approach SEBI and RBI simultaneously for registration. Fourth is saying they are not required to seek clearance from any regulatory body before setting up of money market mutual fund. So you can easily eliminate the D option. Like banks cannot decide by themselves what they want to do, because obviously they are the regulated entities. They have been regulated by the certain regulatory body since they have been established. Like the first bank we have established is the Bank of Hindustan. Since then, they are the regulated entity, someone is regulating them. So they cannot take their decision by themselves. So the fourth is wrong. The simultaneously option is also wrong. Now, if we talk about A and B, which of the following will be correct out of these? Right answer is B. First, you have to take permission from your own regulatory body before going to enter in the another market. So you want to participate in the mutual fund. That's a market of SEBI. That's market for whom? That's a market of SEBI. So too, you have to take the permission from SEBI as well before entering to the market. But before taking permission from SEBI, you have to take permission from your own central bank, your own regulatory body. That will be RBI. So right answer is B. They have to first take the permission of RBI, then they will go to the SEBI for the registration purpose. So right answer will be your B is correct. No, A is not correct. B answer is correct. Banks are regulated by RBI now, so they have to go first with the RBI. So money market mutual funds comes under the preview of SEBI regulation. The banks who are desirous of setting up the money market mutual funds would have to initially seek necessary clearance from RBI for undertaking this additional activity before approaching the SEBI for registration. Okay, first you have to take permission with your own regulatory body. Then you will move forwards to the other markets regulatory body to take the permission or to get registered. Okay. Now, read the following statement carefully and choose the correct option in relation to the concept of red herring prospectus. Very important concept from the capital market, red herring prospectus. This have been asked in the last paper as well. A, B, C or D? So first is saying red herring prospectus is a prospectus which has a specific details of the number of shares being offered. Second is saying RHP and issuer can, under RHP and issuer can state the issue size and the number of shares is determined later. So what is red herring prospectus? What actually is the prospectus? I will tell you. Prospectus is a kind of menu. Let's say, for example, we have went to certain restaurant to have a dinner. Okay, so before ordering any dish, what we ask for a menu in which we check the certain details. What are the dish available in the restaurant? Then what are the ingredients in that particular dish? What is the price of the dish, etc. All these things we actually check, and after checking all this information, we take the right decision, like what particular dish we want to have. Okay, so the same thing is prospectus. Prospectus is a kind of menu which gives you the information about the company, and with that information it helps you to take the sound decision, or I can say the sound financial decision, like you should invest in this company's shares or not. That's a prospectus. Okay, so red herring prospectus is one of the type of prospectus which hide certain information, or it do not give all the information available at the same time. Okay, after bidding process and the other information will be released. So first is saying the red herring prospectus is a prospectus which has a specific details of number of shares. No, the first is wrong, but the second is right. So right answer is first statement is false, second statement is true. Right answer will be your B. Very good. Those who have given the answer B is correct. So red herring prospectus or offer document is filed by a company to SEBI, okay, when it intends to raise money from the public by selling shares of the company to the investor. So the document is very useful to investor because it provides the detailed information about the company's business operation, your financials information, promoters information, company's objective for raising the fund, everything. And it will let you know what is the company's business operations are going on. What are the financial situation of company? who are the promoters of the company, how much funds they have given, then what is the objective of company, which particular product is there in which company is dealing, every information will be given to you, है ना? So it also elaborate how the company intend to use the money that will be raised and the possible risk for the investors. Everything will be informed here. Okay, next. Which among the following theorem is correct? So we have 4 theorems, है ना? How many theorems we have? We have 4 theorems, and the 4 statements have been given in front of us. We have to find out which theorem is correct. First is saying the price of bond is directly related to the change in the interest rate. Second is saying the increase in the price of a bond when the interest rate goes down by a certain percentage is less than the decrease in the price when the interest rate goes up by the same percentage. Third, longer the term to maturity of a bond, lower will be its price sensitivity. Fourth, between 2 bonds of same maturity but different coupons, the bond with the lower coupon will experience more price sensitivity than the one with the higher coupon. So in the bonds, the interest rate actually is specified as a coupon rate. Okay. So let me know which of the following is the right answer. A, B, C or D. A, B, C or D. Which of the following is correct? Okay, I got the 2 answers. That is D option. Okay, so right answer will be here. There are 4 theorems and actually the D option is correct. But what is wrong with the other 3? The first one is wrong because it is saying it has a direct relation. No. The bond price and interest rate have an indirect relationship. That's why the first is wrong. Second is saying that the price of bond is increasing because the rates are going down, है ना, by a certain percentage. It is less than the decrease. No, it should be greater than the decrease in its price when the interest rate goes up. Okay, so that's why second is wrong. Third is wrong because it is saying longer the term to maturity of a bond, not lower, higher will be the price sensitivity. So the first, second, third is wrong because of these changes, but the fourth is correct. Like if you have a same maturity bond, the bond in which rate of coupon is low will be having the most price sensitivity. Price sensitivity simply, it dictates that when the changes in the prices happen, it actually impact the decision of a consumer to take whether to invest or not, है ना? So if price sensitivity is increasing, it means there is a less chances of a consumer to invest. Okay, now, so these are the 4 theorem. Price of a bond is inversely related. Second, the increase in the price of bond when the interest rate goes down by a certain percentage, it is greater than the decrease in its price when the interest rate goes up by the same percentage. Third, longer the term to maturity, higher will be the price sensitivity. Fourth is correct. Both bonds are of same maturity, but the bond with the lower coupon will experience more price sensitivity than the one with the higher coupon. Okay, so these are the 4 theorems we have. Next, which among the following is our correct regarding the eligibility condition for the primary dealers? So we know primary dealers have been introduced by RBI. Okay, in which year? In 1995, they have been introduced for the selling purchasing of government security to help RBI in the selling purchasing of government security. So which of the following conditions have to be fulfilled to become eligible to start the primary dealer business? First is saying subsidiary of scheduled commercial bank and all India financial institution. Second, subsidiaries joint venture set up in India by entities incorporated abroad. Third, the company incorporated under the Companies Act 1956 and does not fall under the category 1 and 2. Category 1 and 2 means the option 1 and 2 defined. So which of the following is correct here in this particular question? A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? Okay, so right answer here will be your all of the above. All are the conditions that have to be fulfilled for becoming the primary dealer in the country. All these three conditions are the right conditions. Right answer is D. So you can see here, primary dealership business, if we talk about, first of all, there are two types of primary dealers, standalone and bank primary dealers. Also, to become the primary dealer, these are the conditions that are the criteria that have to be fulfilled. Okay, do remember, minimum net owned fund 1000 crore, minimum CRAR 9%, the NPA or net NPA should be less than 3%, and the profit making record should be there from the last 3 years. Okay, these are the additional criteria. Now, what is the term you understood by green shoe option? What is understood by the green shoe option? This question have been asked in October 2023. So like the red herring prospectus, it is also one of the important term of our capital market, which have been asked in the October 2023. So first is saying means an option of allotting equity shares in excess of the equity shares offered in the public issue as the post listing price stabilization mechanism. Second means an option of allotting equity services in excess of the equity shares offered in the public issue as a pre-listing price stabilizing mechanism. Third means an option of allotting preference share in excess of equity shares offered in the public issue as a post-listing price stabilizing mechanism. Fourth is it's an option of allotting preference share in excess of equity shares offered in the public issue as in pre-listing price stabilizing mechanism. So let me know which of the following is correct in context to green shoe option. So when we talk about green shoe option, it is also known as a over allotment option. It is also known as what? Over allotment option. You can understand with the other name, that is over allotment option. What does it means? Okay, so when it comes to the green shoe option, what is it? Let's say first of all, if we talk about a company have announced that they are going to issue the IPO, and IPO is initial public offering. The company is issuing share for the first time. So company have given this announcement to us that we are going to issue the IPO of this amount, right? Now what happened when companies started issuing the IPO? The demand of the IPO have simultaneously increased. And to fulfill that demand, the company executive directors actually increase the number of shares, or we can say they allot the shares more than that they have announced. And why they are doing so? To fulfill the excess demand in the market of the IPO. That is your green shoe option. And it will be of equity shares. So if it is an equity share, you can easily eliminate the option number C, because no, not C. Yeah, we can eliminate the C option, we can eliminate the D option. Okay. Now, B option is saying it is the pre-listing price stabilization. No, it is the post-listing price stabilization. So, right answer will be your A option. Okay, right answer we have is A option is correct. So, do remember, whenever we talk about the excess demand of the shares have been seen in the market in the IPO, to fulfill that demand, to stabilize the prices of the IPO, the company do the over allotment as they have announced. And that's why the green shoe option is also known as over allotment option. Now, in 100% of net offer to the public through voluntary book built issue, allotment to the retail individual investors will be done of what percentage? It should be it should not be more than 35% of the net offer of the public. Not more than 35%. Here should be more than 30%. Should not be less than 30%. Should not be less than 35%. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? In case of voluntary book built, allotment to the retail individual investors will be done how much? A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? And the right answer is actually it is D. Should not be less than the 35% of the net offer to the public. The right answer is what? It is the D option regarding our allotment to the retail individual investor. So do remember these allotment in context to every investor here, and we are talking about your voluntary book built issue. So the retail individual investors not less than 35%, non-institutional investors not less than 15%, qualified institutional buyers not more than 50%. Okay, these are the three investors, those got the condition under the voluntary book built. Okay, next question we have, in terms of RBI Act, the bank's paid up capital and raised fund must be at least dash in order to qualify as a schedule bank. 20 lakh, 15 lakh, 10 lakh, none of the above. So schedule banks are those banks which are listed in the second schedule of RBI Act. Those banks which are listed in the second schedule of RBI Act, they are known as the schedule bank. So if any bank want to become the schedule bank, want to be listed in the second schedule of RBI Act, what actually the paid up capital or the raised fund should be there of that particular bank? 20 lakh, 15 lakh, 10 lakh or none of the above? And the right answer actually is none of the above, because it should be 5 lakh. And how much it should be? It should be 5 lakh. So right answer is none of the above. Why 20 lakh? It is 5 lakh only. So right answer is D. Okay. So you can see here schedule banks are those which are included under the second schedule of RBI Act 1934. In RBI Act we have only two schedules, Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Schedule 1 talks about the territories in which RBI keep working. There are 4 territories, your Eastern, Western, Northern and Southern territories. That's what it is defined under the Schedule 1, and the Schedule 2 talks about the schedule bank. Okay, so the paid up capital and raised fund must be at least of your 5 lakhs in order to qualify as a schedule bank in the country. Okay, that's a schedule bank limit. Next, choose the correct statement. First is saying the recommendation of Narasimhan Committee report in 1999. IRDA was constituted as an autonomous body to regulate and develop the insurance industry. Second, the insurance sector is a major sector together with banking services. The insurance service about 8% to the country's GDP. A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? Which statement is correct about the insurance market? A, B, C or D, which of the following is correct? Okay, right answer is actually none of these statement is correct. Both are incorrect. When it comes to the insurance market, there is only one committee we talks about. That's a Malhotra committee. It should be what? It should be the Malhotra committee, not the Narasimhan committee. That's why the first statement is also wrong. So right answer is B here. Both the statements are incorrect. Okay, right, the answer is both the statements are incorrect. So simply on the recommendation of Malhotra Committee report in 1999, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority was constituted as an autonomous body which regulate and develop the insurance industry. And on the recommendation of same committee, the bancassurance, or I can say the insurance business by bank, was started in the year 2000 on the recommendation of Malhotra Committee only. Okay. Next we have choose the correct statement regarding the FDI. First is saying higher FDI limit will help insurance company access the foreign capital to meet their growth requirement. Second, the share of insurance in total insurance business in India is more than comparable figures for the rest of the world. What do you think? Which of the following statement is correct about FDI? No, it is 5 lakh only. To qualify the schedule bank, Ganesh sir, it is 5 lakh. Let me know the answer of this question. Answer for this question is actually both are correct. Both the statement are correct. Because of the FDI, obviously every sector will get the capital and every sector will grow. And this is also true in context to the share of life insurance. India's figure are more than the rest of the world. So both the statements are correct. Okay, right answer is A. You can see here, insurance industry was first open to private players in FDI in the year 2000. Earlier, the FDI limit insurance sector was 26, increased to 49. Now it is 74. So for insurance company, we have a 74% FDI limit. But for insurance intermediaries, it is 100%. And this have been asked in the last October 2023 paper. Okay, do remember the insurance company and insurance intermediaries both have a different FDI limit. Now, higher FDI limit will help the insurance company access foreign capital to meet the growth requirement of the country. Okay, and you can see on 2nd of September 2019, the insurance intermediaries got the FDI limit of 100%. Okay, now next. Which of the following statement is correct? Which of the following statement is correct? First is saying recession starts at the peak of the business cycle when an expansion ends. Second is saying the severity of a recession is measured by the 3 Ds: depth, diffusion, and duration. So this is a question from your business cycle. So business cycle have 4 phases as we know. And out of that, one phase we have what? One phase we have here as a recession. So recession is a kind of crisis situation. When you find crisis in the market, that's a recession situation. Okay, which of the following is correct? A, B, C, or D? And actually the answer is both. Both are correct. Both the statements are correct. Very good. C answer is correct here. Actually, recession, like this is your business cycle is what? It's a wave-like movement. Why it's a wave-like movement? Why we are saying it's a wave-like movement? Because this wave shows that there is a cyclical fluctuations will be recurring in the business cycle. That's what this wave-like movement will show us. So this is the expansion phase. This is the peak phase, the maximum level you reach to your business or economy. You can't go more above from there. So obviously you have to decline. So once the economy reach to the peak level, it have to find the recession. So right answer is C. Okay, and this is our business cycle. It identifies as a sequence of 4 phases: boom, recession, depression, and recovery. Clear? The first question is talking about your joint liability group. The question is, the joint liability group refers to which of the following statement? Okay, the first is talking about that. Okay, the 4 to 10 people will be there. And these 4 to 10 people will be of same village, same locality, homogeneous nature, and they have same socio-economic background, who mutually come together to form a group for the purpose of availing loan from a bank without collateral. And without what? Without the collateral. Second is saying a group of 10 to 20 people of the same village or locality of homogeneous nature of the same socio-economic background. Okay, the rest thing is same without any collateral, it have been written. Third is saying 10 to 20 people are there of the same village or locality. Fourth is saying 4 to 10 people of different villages, locality of heterogeneous nature and of the same socio-economic background who mutually come together to take a loan. So which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? So we are talking about joint liability group. If we are talking about a joint liability group, we can easily eliminate the option number B and C, because 10 to 20 people will be in the self-help group, not in the joint liability group. In the joint liability group, 4 to 10 people will be there. Okay. The fourth option is saying different villages will be there. No, they have to from the same locality. So right answer will be your A option. The A statement is right about your joint liability group. Okay. Right answer is A. Now, you can see it is saying joint liability group is a group of how many people? 4 to 10 people of same village, locality of homogeneous nature and of same socio-economic background who mutually come together to form a group for the purpose of availing loan from a bank without any collateral. This is your definition of joint liability group. Also remember, the self-help group have been created for the purpose of creating the habit of savings among the member, and the joint liability group was created simply to make sure that the credit facility or the credit requirement of the group will be fulfilled. So they both have been established with a different objective and also have a different members. Okay. Second question we have, which among the following is true about the NBFC MFIs? Non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution, these are the only type of MFIs which are regulated by RBI. There are 3 types of MFI. This is the only type which is regulated by RBI. So it is saying that NBFC MFI is a non-deposit taking, NBFC having not less than 75% of its assets in the nature of qualifying assets which satisfy the following criteria. First is minimum net owned fund will be 10 crores. Okay. Second is saying less than 50%. How much? Less than 50% of its total assets are in the nature of microfinance loan as defined under the RBI Direction 2022. Third is saying NBFC MFI should be registered with the bank under the provision of your RBI Act 1934 and having an asset size of 5 crore and above. So what do you think? Which of the following is the right one in context to NBFC MFI? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Answer quickly. So actually the right answer for this question will be none. None of them is true. All are false. All are incorrect. Because it is not minimum, it should be maximum. It is not 50%, it should be 75%. It is not the asset size of 5 crore and above, it should be 500 crore and above. So right answer will be D. None of them is true. Okay, right answer is D. Do see the definition here. The first of all, NBFC MFI, they are the non-deposit taking NBFC having not less than 75% of assets in the nature of qualifying asset. What is the eligibility criteria? First, minimum net of fund of 5 crores, not less than 75%. Third, it is 500 crore and above. Okay, so that's why all the 3 statement was false in the question. That was the right answer was wrong. No, it's A is not true. The A statement is saying minimum net owned fund should be 10 crore. No, it's not true. It should be minimum net owned fund 5 crores. Okay, that's why the right answer was D. Now, next question we have. Under the Prime Minister Suraksha Bima Yojana, the scheme available to people in the age group of dash. Under the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, which particular is correct? A, B, C or D? Okay, let me know. If we talk about a scheme, there are 3 schemes that have been introduced same day at the same time. That is Atal Pension Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. All these 3 schemes have been introduced from Kolkata in 2015. Clear? So the age group is actually a kind of confusion among the 3 schemes, but we can remember with the alphabets. So the minimum age is same in all the 3 schemes. The maximum age is only different. So A, J and S. This is the right sequence of the alphabet. So we have 18 to 40 years. We have 18 to 50 years, and we have 18 to 70 years. So you can remember the age group on the basis of alphabet A, J and S. So right answer is your D, 18 to 70 years is the age group for the Suraksha Bima Yojana. Okay, right answer is D. Correct. Now the certain important points here. First of all, this scheme is available for the people of 18 to 70 years, and this is an annual scheme. It means every year, if you want to get this scheme benefit, every year you have to pay the premium. Okay, the insurance coverage will be of two types. The first is 2 lakh rupees for the accidental death and full disability. Second is 1 lakh in case of partial disability. Okay, two types of claim will be available. One is in accident and full disability, 2 lakh. In partial disability, 1 lakh. If we talk about the premium have to be paid is 20 rupees per annum. That used to be 12 rupees per annum. Now it is 20 rupees. Every year you have to give this premium, and this is the duration in which this premium will give you the benefit of the scheme. Okay, that's a Jeevan Jyoti Suraksha Bima Yojana. Now, the penalty for non-compliance with the CSR provisions are. So, CSR stands for Corporate Social Responsibility. This is mandatory for all the corporates to perform to make sure that whatever businesses they are doing, whatever functions they are performing, whatever their business operations are, those business operations have a right benefit or positive impact on all the shareholder, on their employee, on their customer, on the society, on the shareholder, everybody. And your business should have a positive impact, not a negative impact. So CSR penalty will be at least 1 crore for defaulting company, at least 2 lakh for each defaulting officer, imprisonment provision of maximum 3 years for defaulting officer. Which of the following you think is correct? A, B, C or D? Which of the following you think is the correct one? A, B, C or D? Okay, so right answer is your A, that is 1 and 2. The CSR used to, if you are not compiling with the CSR norms, it used to be the criminal offense. When it used to be taken as a criminal offense, in that situation, imprisonment of 3 years used to be there. Okay, but in 2020, it have been changed into civil wrong. Once it became a civil wrong, no imprisonment condition is there. Only penalty is there that have to be paid by the defaulting company and the defaulting officer. So A and B is correct. After 2020, these are the two penalties if you are not paying, if you are not compiling with the CSR norms or the CSR provisions. Earlier, it used to be the criminal offense in which 3 years imprisonment used to happen. So right answer is A. Okay. You can see here corporate social responsibility is a voluntary incorporate economic, social and environmental obligation into the business operation in order to achieve the long-term growth and demonstrate a beneficial impact on the environment, employees, consumer, shareholder, community. So everyone which is involved, all they have to have a positive impact or a beneficial impact of your business. Also remember that the section 135 of Companies Act talks about the CSR. CSR and SDG have a overlapping goals. Apart from that, remember that the Schedule 7 of your Companies Act 2013 talks about that CSR is trying to eliminate the poverty, hunger and malnutrition. Okay, and this is the penalty. At least 2 lakh for each defaulting officer, at least 1 crore for each defaulting company. Now it is a civil wrong. Earlier it used to be a criminal offense. All the points have to be remembered about the CSR, very important chapter. Okay, next. The eligibility criteria for undertaking primary dealership business includes which of the following? The eligibility criteria for undertaking primary dealership business. It is maximum net owned fund of 1000 crore, minimum CRAR of 9%, net NPA of less than 3% and a profit making record for the last 3 years. And the fourth one is both B and C. What do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? which of the following is correct? Actually, the right answer will be your B and C. Minimum CRAR 9%, net NPA less than 3%, and the profit making record should be from the last 3 years, but not the first one, because it should not be the maximum net own fund, it should be a minimum net own fund. Okay, so right answer will be D. B and C are correct. You can see primary dealers was introduced by RBI in 1995 for the purpose of participating in the selling purchasing of government security with RBI. The primary dealers eligibility criteria have been given here. Apart from that, you can see undertaking the primary dealer business, subsidiaries can be opened by bank with the permission of RBI. They can also open the primary dealership business departmentally, like bank can have a particular department which will work for the primary dealership, and bank can open its own subsidiary to perform the same task. But in both conditions, RBI permission is mandatory. Okay. Now, the two types of primary dealers are there, standalone and bank primary dealer. And this is the criteria. Minimum net own fund 1000 crore, minimum CRAR 9%, net NPA of less than 3%, and the profit making record should be there from the last 3 years. This whole page is very important. Okay. Next question. Migration is often the outcome of a series of factors that are worsened by changing environmental conditions as well as development and demographic situation. What are those factors? So if we are talking about the migration, this is the when a person shifts from one location to another for the purpose of better livelihood, for the purpose of better living condition, for the purpose of having a better opportunities, that process is known as migration. Why people are doing that? People are doing that simply to go to get the better opportunity. So what are the factors by which you can see the migration in the country? A, B, C or D? So right answer is very good, D. Economic, social and political, all the three factors are there because of which people actually migrate from one location to another. And environmental effect is also be seen because of which people have to move from one location to another, right? So now you can see migration is movement of people from one location to another in order to take advantage of the better economic possibility in receiving location. Wherever you are going, there you are looking for a better options. So it is worldwide phenomena. It is influenced by numerous aspects that can be a social, political, cultural, environmental, health, education, etc. The linkage between the environmental changes and migration are very complex. So the main series of factors because of which people leave one location to go to the another is economic, social and political. Okay, do remember the three. Since the COVID-19 pandemic have been seen, it have been seen that people are doing a reverse migration. People are going back to the rural areas. It have been seen in the COVID. It started from the COVID-19. Now it is still continuing. The reverse migration is still continuing in the country. Now in India, deficit financing through central bank borrowing means what? So deficit financing is one of the way in which we will find that government use this particular step to raise capital to fund their planning. So there are three sources we have by which government fund their planning. First is domestic budgetary resource. Second, we have deficit financing. Third, we have financial assistance. In the same sequence, they have the importance in the country only. The maximum or the most fund will be raised for the government from the domestic budgetary source. Second will be from the deficit financing. Third is the financial foreign assistance. Okay. In the deficit financing, government used three ways to raise the capital, to raise the fund for the planning. First is by borrowing from RBI. Okay. Second, we have by making RBI to print new currency. And third, by issuing security and borrow money from public. So here the right answer is financing to the budget deficit of the government. So right answer we have is A. Okay, next question. You can see here deficit financing can happen when the total income of government, that is revenue account plus capital account, falls below its total expenditure. Okay, and it has three different types of deficit financing: borrowing from public and foreign government, withdrawing cash balance held with the Reserve Bank, and borrowing from the Reserve Bank of India. Okay, these are the three ways by which deficit financing will be done. Now, which of the following best represents the concept of diminishing marginal utility? So if you remember, in the demand and supply chapter, we have covered this question. Diminishing the marginal utility. Okay, so it is what? First is saying, as the consumption of a good increase, the total utility derived from the good decreases. Second, the more units of a good a person consumes, the less additional satisfaction each additional unit provides. Third, the total utility derived from consuming a good remain constant regardless of the quantity consumed. Fourth, marginal utility increases the continuously with each additional unit consumed. A, B, C or D. So if you remember, we have discussed example of movie and pizza in the class and in the paid batches. Like if I am consuming pizza for the very first time, I will be feel more satisfied. But if I am daily having pizza in my meal, obviously it will give a less satisfaction. So every more unit I am consuming, it will give me a less satisfaction. If I am watching movie for the first time, it will be a very good experience for me. I will be very concentrated in the movie and etc. It will give more satisfaction to me. But if I am watching the same movie 15th number of time, then what happened? I already know the dialogues, I already know the scenes. I won't give any kind of importance to the movie. So this happened. This is what the option B is saying. The more units of a good a person consume, the less additional satisfaction each additional unit will provide. That's a law of diminishing marginal utility. Right answer is B. Okay, so this is a very interesting phenomenon. The more we consume, the lesser satisfaction each additional units of consumption will give us. Like if we are very extremely thirsty, the first glass of cool water will give us a lot of satisfaction. The second glass is too welcome, but will give lesser satisfaction, and the satisfaction keep decreasing with every additional unit of consumption. Okay, very basic question and a very basic example have been given on the satisfaction lever. Okay, so it stands for targeted long-term repo operation. So according to the targeted long-term repo operation program, what is the obligation of the banks in terms of holding securities as collateral? Okay, so let me know which of the following is correct. According to the targeted long-term repo operation program, what is the obligation of banks in terms of holding security? So if we talk about targeted long-term operation, RBI have introduced this at the time of COVID. So I guess you all have heard about repo operation, right? In repo rate, RBI give loan to the scheduled commercial bank for the short-term period that is less than 3 months. Okay. This loan will be given by RBI to commercial bank. And apart from that, if we talk about here, that RBI actually introduced 1 year and 3 year LTRO in the country that will be helping us out in maintaining the liquidity in the market. And this liquidity will be maintained by issuing the repo operations in the economy. Okay. So out of this, which of the following is correct? First is saying banks are not required to maintain any security for amount received under TLTRO. Second, banks are requested to maintain a specific security for the amount received under TLTRO as per their available for sale. Third, banks are required to maintain specified securities for the amount received under the TLTRO in their held to maturity book. Then, banks are required to maintain a specified security for the amount received under the TLTRO in their investment account. So, what do you think? Which of the following is actually the correct? According to targeted long-term repo operation, A, B, C or D? And the right answer it is C. Bank have to maintain the securities and the securities for the amount received under the TLTRO in their held to maturity book. Okay, it have to be maintained. So right answer will be your C option. Now, If we talk about TLTRO, targeted long-term repo operation and long-term repo operation conducted by RBI here, to ensure adequate liquidity at the longer period for specific sectors of the country. At the time of COVID, RBI have seen there are certain specific sectors which are not getting a proper capital and might be they will be facing risk in the future. So that's why RBI have introduced these two. So LTRO, RBI auction fund banks to making investments. So in this, what happened? RBI auctioned the funds to the banks and financial institution. Bank and financial institution have to participate in this auction. They will give their bid, and according to their bid, RBI will accept the bid and provide fund to the commercial bank. This is the first step. Now in second step, commercial bank, whatever fund they have raised from this auction, they have to provide that fund in the specific sector. Like they have to further invest that fund in a specific sector which will be asked from the RBI to you to do that. So if RBI said invest that money in the corporate bond, you have to do that. RBI said invest that money in the NBFC, you have to do that. If RBI said invest this money in the MSME, you have to do it. Okay, so that's what the TLTRO we have. So you can see TLTRO, RBI auction fund to banks making investment in the prescribed corporate and other instruments that will be prescribed by RBI. It was introduced in March 2020, TLTRO, and LTRO was auctioned. Apart from that, the other important part is the amount you have to remember. So TLTRO was issued for the tenure of 1 and 3 years. Hana, you can option long-term repo operation can be issued for 1 and 3 years. Here the TLTRO was issued for the 3-year period. Okay, on the policy repo rate, whatever the policy repo rate is going on that rate, they will be providing the auction. Now, the 4 tranches of TLTRO have been issued by RBI, have been auctioned by RBI with the auction amount of 25,000 each. Okay, and on April, TLTRO 2.0 was issued with the amount of 50,000 crores. Here, and the total have been said 1 lakh crore. So you can see 50,000 crore in one time, then remaining 25,000 in 4 tranches each, and 1 lakh crore was the target of RBI to auction the fund. All these 3 amounts are very important. Okay, so do remember that. Next question we have here about the depositories legislation. Like which of the, consider the following statement about depositories, and you have to answer the correct statement about the depository. So which of the following statement is our correct about depository? A, B, C or D? Okay. So first is saying it came into effect in 1996. It is the legal basis establishment of depositories to conduct the task of maintenance of ownership record of security and effect change in ownership record. It aims to materialization of securities. And the right answer is actually all of the, not all of the above. Third one is saying materialization of security. No, it do the dematerialization of security. So third is wrong. Right answer is A, 1 and 2. What happened now? The depositories convert your physical security in electronic form and then deposit in your demat account. So they convert physical security into electronic form. Okay, do remember that. So right answer will be A. So D, they aim to dematerialize the security. Okay. So you can see here dematerialization system. As part of the capital market reform, Government of India have set in September 1995 depository ordinance to provide the legal framework for setting up the depositories to record the ownership detail in book entry form. So later on, the depository bill was introduced and the Depository Act 1996 have came into being August 1996. Okay, it was passed and became active. Now, the depository legislation aim at providing first a legal basis for establishment of depository to conduct task maintenance of ownership record. It means simply if you are selling securities to someone else, so the ownership keeps changing, Hana? And that changing of ownership should be maintained in your account. That will be done by the depository. Second, it make your security dematerialized. It means from physical to electronic, it will convert your securities. Third is saying making the securities fungible. It will be easy to transfer and to change the ownership. Fourth, making the shares, debentures and any interest thereon of a public limited company freely transferable here. Okay, and the fifth one is exempting the all transfer of shares within a depository from stamp duty. Clear? So these are the depository systems we are talking about. It is started in the year 1996. We have CDSL and NSDL as a depository in the country. Okay, do remember that. Now, National Strategy for New India document is divided into 4 sections. Which of the following is the part of the document? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct here? National Strategy for New India document is divided into 4 sections. Is it drivers, infrastructure, inclusion, governance? Which of the following is a part? Actually, all of the above is a part. 1, 2, 3 and 4 all are the part of your 4 sections under the national strategy for New India. So right answer is D here. And if we talk about this strategy have been given by Niti Aayog for New India in 2018. So Niti Aayog actually published the comprehensive national strategy for New India, including your clear objective of 2023. And the full exposition is spanning 41 critical areas that recognizes previous accomplishment, identifies the binding restriction, recommends the path ahead to achieve the explicitly defined objective. So what happened here? The document creation, nearly 800 stakeholders were there. When the Niti Aayog was creating document, there was total 800 stakeholders that have been taken from central, state and district level governments. Apart from that, 550 external specialists were also called to make this document. And this document was covering 41 chapters with the 4 sections: drivers, infrastructure, inclusion, governance. The right answer was your all of the above was covered. Now, next question we have here, that is about your threats. So I guess threats you all know. It's a part of your chapter factoring, forfeiting and threats. So threats is a type of factoring, but it is specifically for MSME. In factoring, anyone can go and ask for an immediate cash on behalf of the trade receivables from the bank. But in case of your threats mechanism, it's a type of factoring and it will be only used by MSMEs. So first is saying creation of factoring unit, acceptance of the FU by the counterparty, buyer or seller as the case may be. Second, binding by financiers. Third, selection by best bid by the seller or the buyer as case may be. Third, fourth, payment made by the financiers to the MSME sellers. Okay, so we are talking about threats. Threats is what is a type of factoring, as I have told you that it's a type of factoring, but it is only for the micro, small, medium enterprises. Like in factoring, what happened? Any seller will come to the bank and will give the trade receivables to the bank and will ask a immediate cash from the bank. That's what that factoring is. But in threats, the seller will always be a MSME, that is micro, small, medium enterprises. So question is asking that you have to arrange them in the process, like the mechanism of threats, how the threats actually works. According to that, you have to arrange these 5 steps: A, B, C or D. First is saying creation of the factoring unit, acceptance of factoring unit by the counterparty, buyer or the seller as the case may be. Second is bidding by the financiers. Third is selection of best bid by the seller or the buyer as the case may be. Fourth is saying payment made by the financiers to MSME seller at the agreed rate of financing or discounting. Fifth is payment by the buyer to the financiers on the due date. So which of the following is actually the right steps we are talking about in case of threats? A, B, C or D? And the right mechanism here is actually all of these, like in the same sequence they have written. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is the same arrangement as the process of your trades mechanism. Okay, so first you will create the factoring unit. Okay, a counterparty buyer or the seller, as the case may be, they will actually will accept this. Second, bidding by the financer. Financer will be bank or financial institution yours. Then the best bid will be selected by the person, है ना, seller or buyer who have came for the trades. Clear? Then the fourth is payment will be done, and the fifth will be payment by the buyer to the financiers on the due date will be done. This is the right sequence of mechanisms. So right answer is A. So here what is trades? Trades is a scheme for setting up and operating the institutional mechanism for facilitating financing of trade receivables of MSME from corporate and other buyers, including the government department and public sector undertaking, through the multiple financiers, and it is a form of factoring. So what happened now, the MSME have sold the certain goods to the government, corporates and etc. So MSME have sold the goods to them, and after receiving the goods they are saying that we are going to make the payment in the future date. Let's say for example after 1 month or 2 months, whatever the date they have given, but MSME needs the immediate cash to start working, to start performing the other contract as well, to start the manufacturing for the other contract. So MSME needs the immediate cash. So what MSME will do here, MSME will go and take this trade receivable towards the trades mechanism. Okay, so this mechanism help MSME to get the immediate cash from the market, and you can see this is the process flow how the trades work. So trades actually is a scheme. It provides a platform where the MSME will come and ask for an immediate cash. The banks and financial institutions will come and they will give their bid that we are ready to provide you the immediate cash on this commission, and this will be the amount of your trade receivable we will be providing you as an immediate cash. So whatever bid will be good for the MSME, they will be giving the contract to them. Okay, so you can see here the first is supplier supplies the goods, है ना. So let's say MSME has sold the goods. Now the supplier logs in and upload the invoice for receivables, like MSME will log on to the trade platform and will upload the details of the bill. Okay, then the buyer verify the bill. Buyer will say this is okay, I have taken the goods of this amount and the invoice is correct. Now the invoice will be converted into factoring units, है ना. Invoice will be converted into what? It will be converted into factoring units for the bidding process. Okay. Then in the next, financiers will bid. Financiers will be means your bank or financial institution will come and they check the factoring unit, and they according to their capability or their best offer they will bid amount. And then the supplier, it means MSME, whatever the favorable bid it find out, they will be accepting that from the whatever the bank or financial institution they have given the best bid here. Then the trades platform will generate the instructions, HANA settlement instruction, and here the settlement will be done. So these are the 8 steps in which trades mechanism will be done. Clear? Now, so do remember trades is a type of factoring. Okay. Next question we have, consider the following statement regarding development financial institution. So development financial institutions was created because the commercial banks and the other institutions was not capable of providing the required credit to the infrastructure development, and that's why we have introduced the development financial institution. So question is asking, consider the following statement and answer the correct option here. First is saying they provide long-term finance for relatively high-risk project. Second, development financial institution also provide equity, capital and guarantee apart from debts. Third is saying Industrial Finance Corporation of India was the first development financial institution established in the country in 1948 after independence. So what do you think? Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? Which of the following is correct? Okay. So right answer here will be all are correct. 1, 2 and 3 all are correct. IFCI was the first development financial institution. It was established with the capital of 10 crore. Now its capital reached to 250 crores. Okay. Then it is high risk project, and for long term you are providing capital with the help of equity and guarantee apart from the debt it provides you. Clear? So all the statement about the development financial institution correct here. So right answer will be your D option. That is 1, 2 and 3 all are correct. Okay. Now you can see if we talk about development financial institutions, they actually serves as an agent for the development of various sectors, like all sectors infrastructure development will be done. Industry, agriculture, international trade. It actually helped in the growth of the economy. It allocate the resources to the high priority areas. Okay. Then it fosters rapid industrialization, particularly in the private sector, so as to provide employment opportunities as well as higher production. Then it also helps to, or it actually trying to convert more and more infrastructure development into public private partnership, where government and private sector both will develop the economy, both will give the funds to the infrastructure development. It actually develop the entrepreneurship skills. It promote the development of the rural area. It actually give loan to housing, small scale industries, infrastructure, social utilities, etc. Then it's do planning, promoting, developing industries to fill the gaps in industrial sector that we have already discussed. Like commercial banks was not capable of providing the sufficient funding for the long term period. Then we have seen the gap is there in the development because of the finance. So this gap will be filled by the development financial institution. They coordinate the working of institution engaged in financing, promoting, developing industries, agriculture or trade. Then rendering promotional services like project ideas, undertaking feasibility studies, providing technical, financial, managing assistance for the implementation of project. All of these will be done by the development financial institution. So right answer is your all of the above. Okay, right answer here is 1, 2, 3 all are correct. Now apart from that, this is also important that how many types of or classification of development financial institutions are there. They have been classified into 4 category: development bank, a specialized financial institution, investment institution, and 4th state level institution. These are the 4 classification of development financial institution. Out of this, development banks are also known as non-commercial banks, right? Then specialized financial institution, kind of all India financial institution. Investment institutions are LIC and UTI only. There are 2. Okay. Then we have state level institutions, State Finance Corporation, SIDC. So do remember the category. Out of these 4 category, investment institution have been asked in October 2023, and the answer of that question was LIC. Okay. Now, so next question we have here, that is talking about, consider the following statement about the taxation on capital gains. So we are talking about the taxation on capital gains. So whatever capital gain we are having, on that we have to pay the taxes. But this is related to which chapter? This is related to last unit of your IE IFS, that is 45 unit, in which we are talking about real estate investment trust and infrastructure investment trust. Okay. So capital gains from sale of REITs units are covered by short-term capital gains and long-term capital gains applicable to equity investments, right? Next, if the holding period exceed 1 year from the date of unit allocation, LTCG taxation rules are applicable. Next, the STCG tax rate is 15% of the capital gain. So you have to answer which of the following is correct regarding the taxation on the capital gains in the real estate investment trust. So which of the following is correct here? A, B, C or D? So there are 2 types of taxes. This is very much true, that long term capital gain tax and short term capital gain tax. Both have to be paid in the real estate investment trust earning of your. If you are doing a capital gain, then you have to pay both the taxes. The LTCG, if we talk about long term capital gain tax, it is 10%, and the STCG is written here, that is 15%. Okay. And if the holding period exceed 1 year, you have to pay the LTCG. If it is less than 1 year, you have to pay for the STCG. So all the statement given here for the taxation on capital gains in the real estate capital gain, all the statements are here correct. Right answer is D. Okay, so real estate investment trusts are simply those trusts which have been created to gain capital for the real estate market. Like real estate market is also kind of a infrastructure market we have. It also need a long term capital and for a long period of time, right? And we do not capable of doing this capital, providing this capital to the market, because it's very obvious I cannot purchase every month the real estate, the property of plot or flat or something else. I cannot purchase that. But yes, now when the real estate investment trust have been introduced, now I can purchase the trust shareholding. I can invest in the shareholding of trust and can get the investment there. Okay, and whatever investment I am doing in REITs, I have to pay capital gain tax on that. Okay, so to collect the capital from a huge contribution, from the crowd of our country, we have introduced the REITs, like we have introduced the InvITs, that is Infrastructure Investment Trust. Both the trusts have been introduced to get the large amount of capital from the crowd. So everybody will contribute a small amount and it will create a large amount of capital for them. Okay, so REITs have 5 types, that is retail, residential, healthcare, office and mortgage. These are the 5 types are there in the REITs. Okay, do remember them. 5 types we have. Now, next you can see the taxation condition here for the investor of REITs. As investor obtain different types of income from REITs, 2 different taxation rules are applicable. One for dividend income and one for capital gain. And a taxation of dividend income will be there. You have to pay the tax on the dividend you are getting and the capital gain you are getting. On both you have to pay taxes. As per current rules, dividend obtained from REITs are completely taxable in the hands of the investor. Dividend payouts from REITs are included in the annual income of the investor and taxed according to the investor's slab rate for applicable financial year. Clear? This is on the dividend. Dividend is part of profit. When you are getting that, you have to pay taxes on that. Now, the capital gains for sale of REITs units are covered by short-term capital gain tax and long-term capital gain tax. Okay, which is applicable to equity investment. Now, STGS is applicable, that is short term, if holding period of unit is 1 year or less from the date of unit allocation, and it will be 15% of whatever capital gain you have. Second, if the holding period exceed 1 year from the date of unit allocation, you have to pay the LTCG, and that rate is 10%. You have to pay on the excess of rupees 1 lakh with no indexation benefit. Okay, so these are the taxes on dividend and on capital gains you have to pay in the REITs. REITs or InvITs, definitely one question will be asked from any of them. Okay, might be both will be asked in the paper. So these are important, unit 45 of yours. Next, consider the following statement about FIMMDA. So we have studied this FIMMDA. Let me know which of the following statement here is correct. Also, let me know what is the full form of FIMMDA. So first statement is saying it is a regulatory body. Oh, sorry, it is a self-regulating organization. Second is saying it was incorporated as a company under the section 25 of the Companies Act. Third is saying it was established on 4th of May 1998. So what do you think? Which of the following statement is correct here? A, B, C or D? FIMMDA. So it is actually a self-regulating organization. It incorporated as a company under the section 25 of Companies Act, and it is actually established on 1998. So right answer is D, that is FIMMDA. Now what is this? Right answer will be D. What is this? This is a fixed income money market and derivative association of India. Okay, remember the full form. It's a fixed income money market and derivative association of India, that is FIMMDA. It's a self-regulating organization. It helps to develop for the growth, for the efficiency of the money market, fixed income market, derivative market. So it is a self-regulating organization associated with what? With the fixed income and derivative market in India. It is an association of commercial bank, financial institution, primary dealers and voluntary self-regulating organization for the bond money derivative market. Okay, that's the FIMMDA. Now, Next question we have about the intercorporate deposit. Consider the following statement about intercorporate deposits and you have to find out which statement is incorrect. When you are attempting any paper, if you are giving a mock test, if you are giving for a topic wise test or full length mock test or actual paper, whenever you are practicing, keep this habit of yours, like develop this habit that you will put more concentration on the question, like what kind of concentration you have to put, like what is asking in the question, is it incorrect or correct statement, true or false statement, what they are actually asking, है ना? Because sometimes we understand the paper, we understand the question, we understand the option, but it was asking incorrect and we have answered the correct one, है ना? So such kind of mistakes are silly mistakes, but it happens in the pressure, है ना? So do make sure you keep checking this, that what actually the question is asking for. Okay. So first is saying it is unsecured borrowing by corporates and financial institutions from other entities registered under the Companies Act. Okay, they each, the corporates and financial institution giving loan to each other. Okay, second, and it is saying that it is unsecured. Now, the tenure may range from 1 day to 1 year, but the most common tenure used for 90 days. Then, borrowing under ICD is restricted to 150% of the net owned fund and the minimum tenure borrowing is for 7 days. So, which statement is incorrect, that you have to answer here. Incorrect statement, and actually none of the above, because none of the above statement is incorrect.